Guys, it finally happened. It finally happened. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah, man. Look at that. Finally, after all these years, finally, Instagram relevant. Let's go, dude. So what do we get? What happens now? What changes? What amazing things happen in my future? Yeah, it's about that. That's about what we could expect. So, yep. Oh man. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good to see you guys. Hello. Good morning. It is time. It is a brand new day on this fine Tuesday afternoon. Patch reset day in World of Warcraft. Partner? No, I wish sleepy. Nothing relevant like that. And there was much rejoicing. There was. You threw up? Like what? My stream started. It made you sick. God damn it. What's up, Aya? What's up, Jacob? Good to see you as well. Good to see you, Cinnamon. Thanks for the lurk. Good to see you, Dragon. Thank you for the lurk. Ernesto, Lobster, Aduria, Cass. Good to see all you guys. What's up? Good to see you. Yes, it is time. It is time. So, it is officially May. It's May, which means that there is a brand new project to be had. More Horizon art that needs to be done. Because this Friday is the official release of the adventure in beta. Boy, is it scuffed. I did some stat blocks last night, though. I didn't know you could do that online. It was actually pretty cool. Made some stat blocks. I need some ideas for how to word things, because one thing I've realized is that you can have a great idea for a mechanic in D&D, but trying to figure out how to word it in a way that players, and particularly game masters, are going to understand the intended use of an ability is a pain in the ass. Yeah. That's the problem. That's the issue, you know, because I was trying to figure out how like a spell or a skill would work, and I ended up writing like a paragraph on it, and I realized no one's gonna read this shit. I can't make this a mechanic, you know. This is a very good mechanic, a very good idea for a spell, but I can't word this into a small like 2-line, 1-sentence effect, and no one's gonna read it, are they? Because if there's one thing D&D players hate doing, it's reading. I know, right? D&D, who would have guessed? The TTRPG that comes in giant tomes of words, people would hate reading, and yet here we are. If people didn't hate reading, then we wouldn't have D&D Beyond now, would we? So I don't know what to do about that. Maybe we'll just figure out how to simplify things down, or have like an easy versus like a smooth versus wrinkly brain version of the mod. Gonna follow that as well. Thank you, Lone Wolf. I appreciate that. Thanks, dude. Thank you. I'm so good at wording things. You should totally let me help. I would, Aya, but then I'd have to pay you. That's right. Then I'd have to pay you, because I can't make an adventure and enlist the help of other people without paying them. That's not fair. Come on, man. What am I gonna do? Pay people in exposure? Shit. I actually had a conversation with this about this with somebody the other day. They were saying like, hey, so you know, what's the adequate size of amount of exposure, size of a client to be worthwhile to get paid in exposure? And somebody in the room scoffed and said, there's no client, no size, no whatever worth it. Getting paid in exposure is always universally bad. Well, actually, we can quantify it. No, not paying anyone exposure, right? I need to pay people for it, so come on, man. It's hard work. The difference of rules as written and rules as learned, intended? Rules as intended? I always read that as an L. Mm-hmm. Put it on a card. I have little stat block things. You know, check it out. Dude, I didn't realize you could do this, but D&D 5e stat block maker. There's like a couple services like this out there. Look at this shit, man. You can make a little stat block thing. We can make an Alabaster Consortium guy right now if we wanted to. It even saved it. Ooh. Now this is just a temporary thing. Obviously I need to do it on my own and make my own sort of version of stat block. But this is cool, I think, you know. This is a neat little tool. You can make little mechanics and stuff. Look, he's got his little weapon attack, Shiv. How about that, man? You get shivved by a little thrall. So maybe we'll make some stat blocks today. I don't know. Y'all getting paid? Well, not yet, Aya, but I mean, if someone's gonna put effort into the adventure, like, what am I supposed to do? Just not pay them? The fuck?
Imagine.
Hello. Hi, Daria.
Was Japanese plants.
Uh-oh.
Today's entry is the illustrious, the slightly olive-scented and or soaked Cupressus sempervirens.
Uh-oh. What is this? The Mediterranean cypress. Oh god. Oh god. Is the meta great trees that would make bonsai trees? Ooh, you know what? I think I misjudged the meta, Daria. You're right. It is bonsai trees, in which case the Mediterranean cypress or the Italian cypress, I'm going to actually give it a higher score than people would think. I'm going to give it a 9.3. That's a great tree, man. Thanks on a bits of Daria. What's up, dude? What's going on, man? D&D Beyond made people lazy in regards to rule understanding and remembering their shit, me included. It did, though, didn't it? You know? Make it 99-cent microtransaction that makes a goofy thing happen on screen somewhere. You know, I could do that. I could make it a completely microtransactable D&D mechanic in which you are expected to... Well, if you want to run difficult combat, let's just say it's going to cost your players extra. You know, I think I should build a microtransaction system into the adventure. Not for my sake, but for the GM's sake. Like, build in sort of opportunities for the GM to microtransact their players throughout the adventure. I honestly think that'd be a really good way of doing it. I personally think that that's a good way of getting GMs excited about our game. You know, if we can have mechanics built into it so that they can turn their players into payers, so they can go whaling. Who wouldn't want to play the Realms of Eldara Adventure 1, Episode 0, Horizon? Wait. The meta's actually Christmas trees. I don't think the meta's Christmas trees, Sleepy. I don't think anyone's putting any Christmas ornaments on an Italian cypress. That would be a little ostentatious. Maybe if you're rich. Maybe Sleepy's a billionaire. Who knows? If you want true help, my husband is actually good. I can barely speak a normal sentence without stuttering and screaming. Right. I mean, that's like, God, man, I feel that, Aya. Listen, I talk for like 6 hours a day. I don't even remember what I say. People say, hey, what were we talking about like 30 seconds ago? I don't fucking know, you know? No, I mean, I do think I just need to figure out how to word or simplify some mechanics down to a quick, understandable, intended sort of statement. Like was pointed out earlier, the rules as written versus rules as intended. I think, to be honest, I think I have to kind of have like a serious level of like, you need to be this smart to jump over the bar type thing. Because I think we've all encountered the kind of person that will try and... God, they're not quite a rules lawyer, right? Rules lawyers, I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they're different, like, sub-breed of rules lawyer, you know? Like a... like a shiny rules lawyer or something, you know? A rarer version. A different pattern of rules lawyer. But they're the kind of rules lawyer that will try and pick out any little vulnerability, any little instance of something not working out entirely the way you want it to with some unknown interaction, and they'll try intentionally to farm that out so that it ruins the mechanic. It's like I was thinking about this yesterday about some comments on my YouTube videos recently, right? There's this kind of like thing in human psychology that I won't get too deep into because maybe I'm out of my depth a little bit in the technical side of things, but basically it results in the mechanical system of reward and how we like to do things we like to do things that we feel are difficult, and we like to do things that have a reward to them, and we like to solve puzzles in particular. And so oftentimes people will solve a very easy puzzle for themselves, but think very highly of themselves, right? And so this can be used in manipulative marketing. So if you've ever watched a phone game ad where the phone like screen is somebody playing it or whatever, and it's like you gotta like, I don't know, pick the right fucking thing to select or whatever, or shoot the right, you know, target, or like pull the right pin, and you know, and you see them doing this puzzle, you see them solving the puzzle, and you're following along, you're like, I could have done that. I knew how to do that. Come on, man. And you feel very clever. You feel very satisfied with yourself when that happens. That, as far as the marketing goes, manifests in you being more likely then to go and buy this game to prove that you're as smart as you think you are, right? That you're smarter than the advertisement, which is the standard, the bar, I guess, has been set. And it's supposed to be framed as some difficult challenge that you are going to, you know, but of course everyone could solve the problem because it's really easy. Now, that leads into the psychology of people trying to sort of like be smarter than things, or to identify patterns. And I see this a lot actually recently, and I've actually been thinking about it. So one thing that's a little, it's not intentional. I didn't intentionally do this, but it's a little bit devious. And I was talking to Ella last night if I wanted to enter my villain arc, which I don't. It's just funny. But sometimes when I create a character concept in for D&D, the videos that do the best for like new character idea things, they tend to be videos where it's a similar concept to something that somebody has already seen, and that person then says, aha, I've seen the pattern. And so a recent video, I had a cleric, basically the concept of a cleric, that wanted to rebel and be a warlock, but their patron just said, okay, sure, you can be a warlock. And then they disguised themselves, or their god disguised themselves as the patron and said, aha, I'm your new patron. Now go and be a warlock, right? And it's this whole thing. And a lot of the comments were people saying like, that's just Jester from Critical Role. That's just Jester. Oh, that's just Jester, right? This happens with other things, other character ideas. I create a barbarian monk, and people are saying, that's just Korra. And I wondered why people did this, because on a creator side of things, when people simplify your ideas, it's annoying, right? Because you're like, you create a cool idea and people are like, so it's a Jedi, got it, cool. And you know, I don't tend to like entertain that all that much when people try and do that stuff, because it's like self-reporting that your monkey brain, like brain rot, is like at the surface, right? But that gets people invested, and they want to comment on the video. They want to say that. They want to show off that they understand how that they understood the pattern. They saw that they're clever enough to see the pattern and solve the puzzle, right? And I saw this in World of Warcraft yesterday, which really made me think about this. I was listening to, I was just glancing down at group or trade chat, and someone was talking about making like a battle mage as a new class. And they said, you'd be like a fighter, but you also throw fireballs. And someone said, that's just a shaman. And I can only imagine that person felt so proud of themselves, so satisfied with themselves, so clever to identify the pattern and solve the puzzle and say, aha, your idea is not actually that difficult. It's just a shaman. And I think that's very interesting psychology. And you could really prey on that. So if I really wanted to go into like dark mode and be like the social media manipulator, algorithm Andy, I would create character concepts that are 70% the way to something very popular in media, you know, just to bait those people into commenting on the video, just to point out that they understood the pattern. That's definitely one of these like dark social media sort of like psychology things that I kind of stumbled upon. I'm not going to do that. I think that's lame ultimately. But it's very interesting. Now, how does it relate to the D&D adventure? I think that we have this subspecies of rules lawyer that likes to take a mechanic, an idea, something that they see in a game, and they want to feel more clever than it. So that's when they intentionally try and break it. And I think that a lot of encounter designers, a lot of game developers, a lot of whatever, you know, however you interact with game design with a group of players on a video game, a TTRPG, however, whatever, I think that they sort of do battle. They're in an arms race with those kind of players, right? Because the kind of person that will try and break a game just to be smarter than it. The problem is, I think that catering to them is probably the downfall of a good RPG. I think that that's probably a very, very big mistake to jump into. So I've decided, in understanding this psychology thing, that I'm going to try very hard to make easy to break encounters that can be poorly misunderstood easily and intentionally broken and whatever and ruined easily. But what you gain from that is you gain interesting mechanics that people will actually have fun with. So the occasional person might have some sort of, you know, rules lawyery kind of desire to be more clever than the rules and to break them in mechanic and show me exactly and precisely the counter doesn't work. But I think we've seen what the alternative is. The alternative is you make something so rock solid that no one can sort of penetrate the outer shell of your well-designed mechanic, and then you get Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. I rest my case. A commenter puzzle, how to get under Evan's skin. How to get under Evan's skin. I mean, a lot of people like to feel like they do, because again, they feel more clever than it. They feel like they've trolled the streamer, but they've done whatever. So keep trying, Lemon. We'll see, you know? Oh man, oh no, if only someone would do it through TTS. Wow. Gosh, that would be atrocious, wouldn't it? Man, damn. Isn't that, wow, fuck, that's too bad that system is 100 bits to use, so. I'm kidding. Cross Streams, thank you for this 36 months, bro. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing this month, my friend? Good to see you. Paladin to Warlock in reverse of Fjord, actually, not Jester. Paladin to Warlock, well, yeah, I mean, so... yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of what I was thinking more so, is that it was more like Fjord when people were saying it, but you know, I wasn't gonna correct people. I did bait people a little bit by on the Korra on the video where someone said that's just Korra. I'm like, I don't know what game that's from. And when someone said that's just Gesture, I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I haven't read that subclass yet. So I will absolutely bait those people in comments. I will 100% bait them, you know? Because my favorite thing in YouTube videos is when there's a clear joke being made or a meme being had and someone responds to the video entirely seriously. That's like my favorite meta for videos. So get under the skin with the simple trick: clerics are better than paladins. Amen. D&D certainly seems to think so in 2024 edition. So like, fucking, let's behave here, right? Like, you know, we're playing Dungeons and Dragons over here. Good God, man, where's the coast? Like, they agree with you. Jesus, man. Problem is that trying to make it impossible to break, it becomes easier to break. I think that the effort spent making something impossible to break makes it more it makes it more smooth and more driven and more defined and less interesting, I guess. You know, that's like the problem, I think. So I'm gonna introduce some like ridiculous MMO mechanics into this game, and people aren't gonna get the way, like, people are not gonna get the intention, or sorry, some people are not gonna get the intention, but I think 95% of people will, and that's okay. That's how you become an Artosis stream. Take that back. An Artosis stream. Ooh. Man, what I wouldn't give to hear Artosis casting some actual StarCraft again. Let's fucking go, dude. That'd be me unintentionally because I have no recognition with anything pop culture most of the time. No, I mean like not necessarily like a pop culture reference or whatever, Sleepy. I mean the whole like idea of, I make a video saying, like, overly dramatizing this whole thing where my DM said that I can't play a paladin unless I accept a TPK or whatever. And it's like clearly a joke, and I'm kind of snickering the whole time or being like overly dramatic about it, obviously. And then people respond to that video like, that's a terrible thing for your GM to do. I can't believe they're such a bad person. You're like, it's a joke. Okay. Oh boy. You know, okay. All right. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one. Can you check YouTube? I saw Cow. I did see your YouTube message pop up briefly, and I read the first 2 words and didn't feel the need to read the next however many in that message. So, good to see you, Roy. The best way to make something impossible to break is to make it open to interpretation. For example, set the problem, but don't set the solution. Wait for the players to do something creative enough to be the solution, and allow it to be the answer, because the players will always think of something you didn't plan for. After all, it's your brain versus about 4 to 7 other brains combined. Yeah, I like that for puzzles. Combat's a little bit more difficult though, right? I think because you have to have more definition in there, you know? There are some open-ended traps and things like that in Horizon, but most of it has some like very easy checks to overcome, because I think that I'm also trying to write this adventure for newer GMs as well. You know, that's kind of the issue, is that I have to figure out what the entire demographic of people who are going to be interested in running Horizon is going to be, which does definitely suck a little bit, because if I don't know my audience, then what the fuck am I doing, you know? if I'm uncertain about the audience, what exactly am I doing? Good God, I don't know. All right, so yesterday, finished commission, finished project. Today, it is time to start our May Patreon piece. So I'm thinking of doing some more ruins. That's hilarious that all 3 images right now are the ruins. That's actually kind of funny. I like that. Look at that brand, you know, brand recognition. Oh, I changed. God damn it. Their brand consistency. Shit. Okay, so we've got a couple of things that we could do. A couple of different various sketches from Horizon that could be made. What do I want to spend way too much time drawing as far as a landscape in Horizon? We could try and draw the island of Horizon, maybe. That'd be an interesting one to do. But drawing islands at a distance in this kind of style doesn't really work all that well, because the problem is when we're doing this kind of like sketchy line work type thing, it's a little bit more of a challenge, I think, to try and figure out scale. So I don't know if Horizon should be I think the initial view of Horizon should definitely be a painting, not a sketch. I think that's important. Who said that's just Korra? I'm literally responding with who? Yeah, okay, fair enough. That part. Yeah, no, some fucking cartoon for Gen Zers or whatever. That's the drawing board, right? For combat, you simply have to create levels of combat, whether that's weaves, commanders that can move enemies out of turn, levels to the combat arena, or dynamic changes to the area. Try your utmost to avoid the flat field with 5 goblins problem. Give me a battlefield with some love. The battlefield is as much of the fight as the monsters are. Yeah, that's one of those things that doesn't really like translate that well into 5th edition, you know? It's like you need a much more chunky sort of like rules heavy system, I think, to really have satisfying combat, which kind of really fucking sucks. Because there's no agreeing via you know, consensus for D&D players as to what they actually fucking want for combat. You get so many people that say that they don't like combat's the worst, their least favorite part of D&D, and very few people who say they're interested in it. And is the problem then that the system is designed in a way that caters to just the super elites, or that it doesn't cater to the elites, so it doesn't cater to anyone? Or then is the system suffering from it's not interesting enough to keep the attention of people? Because you know what I never heard from anybody? I've never heard anybody say that Baldur's Gate 3's worst part, like the worst part of Baldur's Gate 3, or its worst feature, was combat. I've never heard anyone say that, right? People who talk about Baldur's Gate 3, they talk about how much they love the story. They talk about how much they enjoy, you know, the characters, the RP, the dialogue. But they never, people who say that they like those things in D&D will then say, oh, and by the way, I don't like combat. But what I've noticed is that for Baldur's Gate, nobody says that they don't like the combat, right? And actually, I don't really know all that many people that play the game on the easiest mode. It seems like the people who weirdly, the people who like Baldur's Gate 3's story and all that the most, those people in some ways are also out here playing like tactician in honor mode, right? Very interesting. So why is the combat in the game more interesting than, you know, the D&D combat? How does it keep their attention, whereas for D&D it doesn't? And I don't know what the solution is, but my intuition right now is to make combat more interesting through battlefield and monster mechanics. If your player character can't be that interesting, then let's make the battlefield and the monsters more interesting. So that's why I'm moving more towards the MMO style boss fights. So dodging the circles, things like that, you know, having to force movement or whatever. And we'll see if it works out. I just need to write some mechanics in for the final fight. I need to give the final boss some pretty, hopefully interesting mechanics without it being too difficult. Because like this is gonna be level 2 that the players are fighting this guy at, which means that you can't kind of do like, I think you can have a lot of interesting things without it doing a lot of damage, if that makes sense. So for instance, all of the thralls and like 1/4 CR monsters in D&D, a quarter CR level 1 zombie it's dealing a d6 plus 1 damage, but that's really high if you think about it for a group of level 1s or 2 characters. So I've reduced that for the abyssal thralls to actually a d4 plus 1 damage. So I think that's actually better scaling. I think that like allows you to do more stuff for combat and have more guys and more things out on the battlefield without necessarily feeling like, you know, you're gonna die as soon as the zombie looks at you or whatever, you know. Combat drags a bit, but it's mostly because I've played with people who have to go through their entire character sheet every single round. When people know what they're doing, going to do combat isn't that bad. You mean for D&D? Yeah, I don't know what the solution is for that, because in our even in our current D&D game that we're playing on Fridays, my turns are always the fastest. And I'm not calling Ella, Vixie, or Olner slow, but there is like a lot of contemplation, I think. And now I am playing an Avenger, not a combat controller, so there is that. But at the same time, no matter what is kind of happening in D&D, I always sort of feel like there's like a certain level of snappiness required to make combat like really satisfying. Whether or not that can be encouraged via the DM, I don't know, to be honest. And maybe that's like the only thing that needs to happen. Maybe players who don't like D&D combat, the problem is the players and not the encounter, you know. Solution I found is boring from 4th edition. Hold on, make the game like an MMO. Sea of Stars. I tried Sea of Stars briefly. Interesting. Yeah, it's like no matter what, the solution is sort of on the exterior. And I think that this is the thing where homebrewing, like a lot of those kind of tools, so the only place you can really like gain access to them is in the homebrewing side of D&D. Wizards of the Coast is never going to add anything like that, you know? Right? There's never like a, that requires, I feel like, too much heavy lifting from the DM maybe that Wizards doesn't want to put on them. I don't know. The biggest issue with tabletop D&D combat is relative speed of the players. 2 minutes for combat isn't great. Right. Yeah. Well, and I guess the only way I can do that is trying to just like encourage it, I suppose, right? You just try and encourage it. You try and oops. What is that there? What is that doing there? There we go. Sketches. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Horizon Ruins. All right. Yeah, I think the only thing that I can do is just try and encourage more interesting dynamic combat. I can't necessarily solve the problems at a table of players being laggy, I guess, you know? And, I mean, how do you solve that problem? How do you solve the general issue in our hobby of people taking way too fucking long to do literally anything in the game? because I think it's one of those things that if it could be solved, Wizards of the Coast probably would have solved it. Maybe that's what they try to do with D&D Beyond, actually.
Goldblood Orb.
Oh my god, Samurai. What's up, dude? Good to see you, Samurai. Hello, my friend. Hello, hello, hello. Holy shit, dude. 44 months. Good god. Got a lot of people coming up on this 4 to 5 year badge here. It's making me anxious, but thank you, Samurai, and thank you for the tier 3. That's absurd. That's like 6 fucking subs all in one. Jesus. Thank you, Samurai. I don't know what I'm at right now for the plus program thing for this month, but there's a good chance that the goal gets hit this month, so I'm very excited. Thank you for the support, man. Thanks for the 6% towards that goal, bro. Probably can't solve it. You just have to ignore until they disappear, or someone else solves it. Ooh, really? Okay, the ruins. The problem with doing the runes that I kind of want to do on the little island off the coast of Horizon is that they're kind of small in scale, and those don't really make for good like large scale sort of like color sketches. So I could do that, maybe, and I kind of would think that it'd be better off as like a landscape instead of a portrait, you know, or whatever. Like maybe I do half and half. I could try a different like style of video where I do half of it as like a square format almost. How do I do this? Hold on, let me think about this for a second. So if I were to do a small sketch for the ruins, what would that look like as far as recording a process video? Because the process video is less important.
As a landscape?
I know,
the
right?
Audacity, I can't even recognize you anymore.
And yet, here I am on my liar's chair. Wait, shit. Thanks for Bitsaduria. We have to make it support the orb, please. We have 2 months down. We can't miss the 3rd. I'm pretty sure it'll hit. I'm almost positive it'll hit. So, thank you, Samurai. Problem is that automation without manual practice for some time, even with, removes thinking. It does. Yeah. Dr. Crow, thank you for stopping by. Hello. What's up? Good to see you. Something like that indeed. Yeah, Jacob gets it. So do I want to oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Do we want to do a small little sketch of the rune site? I think that's important. Now, is that going to be my grand sort of like February or May art piece? No, I don't think so. I don't think it can be. Let's try something here. We're gonna try something different, okay?
Oh my!
We're gonna try something
God.
New. All right.
It's our cult leader
Hello.
in the
What's up,
flesh.
Mel? Hello. Hi. Wait. What the fuck?
Cult leader Evan Van Blhart Van Blumkzorp Van Blponder.
Hi, Mel. What's up? Okay, hold up. I think this worked. Wait, that lagged weirdly. I don't want to do 21 by 9. How big is this? 12 by 6. That's pretty small, actually. Let's do it, I guess, the other way around. So we'll do it 6 by 12. We're gonna try this out today. We're gonna see if this works. See if this is well, it's a bit big, isn't it? It's a bit wide. What if we do 10 by 6? It's a little better. And then I could sort of like record the center portion of it, which is where the important information is going to be. All right, we're gonna try this. There's gonna be a bit of an experiment to be run here, okay? So what is our current frame like for this? Kind of between here-ish and here-ish. Ooh, that's not good, man. What if I zoom out a little bit more? And I record it in 2 parts. So I have the finished product down below. And so we're kind of here-ish and here-ish. Okay. All right, we can try this. We're trying something new today, all right? Is the Eldar ring very different than the others? Wonder what means for the secret code. More letters in the word, more words in the message, some very complicated punctuation. That ring was not more complicated, no. It was still kind of 3 breaks and 9 spokes, pikes, I don't know what to call them, but it is not actually more complicated than a regular Eldar ring. There's some extra little floaty bits around it, but they don't really add to the rings or runes meaning, so not to be concerned with, Jacob. All right, I'm gonna try something a bit different today, okay? We're gonna see if this works out. Small sketch of a rune site with a researcher investigating. So the problem is I'm worried that if I put like people or figures into these sketches, I'm worried that the players will kind of like disconnect a little bit if they see not them, you know what I mean? So I do have a character named Zephyrin, but the problem is what if Zephyrin gets fucking killed or whatever and the party doesn't want to, you know, what if some shit happens like that? Geez, I don't know, man. Okay, so it's going to be basically a ring in the center. The rings are important, so it's going to be a ring. And we're not going to make Stargate references today, okay? You know the reason why we're not going to make Stargate references? Is because nobody here is old enough to have seen Stargate. That's right. You have to be somewhere in your late 40s to have ever seen Stargate. Sorry, man. Yeah, I wish it wasn't the case, but it's just the way it is. I don't make the rules. I just complain about them with you guys, so. Eldari Ring Dictionary will be published when? It's going to be a code that's fairly hard to crack, I think. If I'm you know, if I'm doing my best here, Jacob, it's going to be a code that's a little bit hard to crack, I think. Mid-30s, turns into dust and blows away. Yeah, right. So I watched a little bit of Stargate recently because I was just really curious about kind of like, there's like certain things in older media that I think we're not really doing well anymore.
Oh, does that mean my birth certificate is wrong?
Yep.
Oh dear God, eyes emoji.
Yep. If you are a Stargate fan, Mel, I'm sorry, you're officially in your mid-40s. So, yeah, sorry about that. I'm sorry to be the one to deliver the news, but means that you also get to buy a house for a reasonable rate. So, hey, that's, you know, that's pretty good, isn't it? I think, right? Maybe? Maybe it isn't, actually. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Thanks for the bits, bro. But yeah, I really think that media has sort of like changed quite a bit in the last like maybe 20 years, and science fiction's lost some of the exploratory wonder that it used to have. And I wonder if it's coming back at some point in time. I wonder if there's a hunger for that kind of like exploration as a theme in science fiction and fantasy. We'll have to stay tuned and see if it is, but I'm optimistic. Maybe I'm optimistic. Okay, so we're gonna have our ring, our runes, and then behind it maybe like a waterfall or something. Because this is not supposed to be some grand, like, thing that you can go... Not like a vista that looks out onto the eternal whatever of Who Asked. It's more supposed to be a little tiny...
to bully you into publishing the Elder Ring Dictionary then to crack the code. Got it.
Yes, it is. That's yeah.
Well, shit. Okay.
Yep.
I need a midlife crisis, 3 children in college I can't afford, buy a very expensive sports car to compensate, and I have to go on one of those multi-country cruises every 3 months.
You can't afford the sports car, I'm sorry. No, but you can go on the cruise. if you're willing to go into more debt over it. So, yeah, man. Good on you, Mel, for thinking ahead. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Good for you, bro. Good for you.
Don't forget the receding hairline.
Yep, there's that too. What else? Oh, you have a ongoing subscription to World of Warcraft, and you don't know when or why, but that's part of it too. So, yeah, sorry about that one. Feel bad for you guys on that one. It's that's a toughie. Yeah, shit, man. I'll see you guys in Undermine later. Thanks 100 bits. Can make a call to fix an MSP build. Jesus. All right. So be good, my friend. Take care. You're a legend. Giga Chad genius. Holy. You know, I started a piece like this, but it didn't quite work out. I wonder if I can go find it. What did I call it? Hold on. I don't want to accidentally open some shit that... Oh, wait. No, this is fine. Wait, what? Okay, I guess I'm done. Thought I had some secret spoiler things in there.
I will say Iduria, while the hairline is receding, it just starts growing elsewhere on my body non-stop. I will take you as my child, Sleepy Van Blhart.
Thanks for the 100 bits, Mel. I appreciate that. I spent a couple of hours on stream and off stream a while ago trying to find this piece that I did previously. And I don't remember what it's called. Fuck. Damn it. Map, no. Landscape concepts? Move on, is this it? Oh wait, this was it. Literally, I already had part of the rune stuff done here. Okay, well, I guess, this is a good base. I'm not quite sure. Ooh, we'd have to redo some of this, so I can't reuse this line work, I don't think. Oh, which is such a shame too, because some of it's so nice. We already have a part of this piece done. Fuck, man. Ooh, do I just use this and go, ooh, wait, hold up. Do we just use this? And I just change the things that I need. Ooh, hold up. What, monka, because this was like the piece that I initially tried, but this was like, had sky in behind. And I need to zoom in a little bit more and have it be more just like dense jungle, I guess. Ooh. I really liked this. I wonder if I can try and salvage it.
Visitors,
you know?
How exciting.
Oh shit, Nova. Amethyst, Nova, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello. How you doing, my friend? Good morning. What's up? What's good? How was stream? What y'all doing today? Nova flying in. What's up, Rune? What's up, guys? How was stream? Tell me your tales. What y'all do today? Enthrall me. Tell me of adventures had while I try and figure out if we're going to use this scuffed piece of art. I think maybe I think we do use this piece, to be honest. Yeah, oh man. I think that maybe what I do is I just try and repair some of the problematic edges and stuff like that. Yeah, you know what? We're going to try this. It's going to be a bit of a monka, But I think... if I stay zoomed out like this, it'll be okay. And then I can make a recording of it. I think this will work. I think this should work. Subscribe. What's up, Mo? Someone should calculate the amount of force needed in kilograms to deal 1 damage in D&D 5e. There's probably something out there, isn't there? We're gonna some crochet, listening to music, then random tangents along the way. Oh shit! All right, fucking dude. I unironically have been wanting to learn how to crochet. All right, I'm gonna need you to teach me, Nova. All right. Okay. Followed. Boom. I'm gonna need you to teach me. I'm gonna try and learn from you. All right. Don't ask why. I have goals. I have ambitions. I'm entering my old lady maxing phase. That's fucking sick, dude. Seriously, guys, go drop a follow for Nova. That's fucking lit, actually. I'm a fan. That's sick, Nova. I hope it went well. Thank you again for the raid. Made some decent gloves that would fit into the D&D styles. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, we'll use this one today, okay? We'll use this one. I'm gonna end the recording and do a new one because that is the best way to do this, I think. Okay, cool. All right, so this is going to be the spoiler-filled Horizon piece, the ruins, as it were, that you guys will explore with Zephyrim Soul. Now, you'll be wondering why this Eldari gate is particularly decrepit and disheveled, and good point. Nope, that's fair. I need to fix that up. So we're gonna do some repair here on our little Eldari ring to not make it look so beat to shit. Having it being cracked and kind of broken up and whatnot is like okay, but it kind of looks like it's flaking and disintegrating a little bit more than I wanted these Eldari rings to be, so we're gonna need to fix that up first. But this, I think, is a salvageable piece for the actual like ruins when you get there in game, which is gonna be fun. So that's I'm glad I found this. Actually, I just need to make it a little bit less kind of cranked up and a little more yeah, shit, I don't know how to do this because it's already kind of torn up. Maybe we'll just put some big stone cracks through it and remove some little like splinters and fragments, and that'll kind of fix it up. Because I don't know what I was thinking the day I did this. I think I was kind of on brain autopilot mode, you know? Like, not every art piece you make is going to be consistent within your styles. Like, and by styles, I don't mean like art style, air quotes. I mean like style guide, kind of like design styles. And that's okay, but it is kind of like upsetting when it happens and you're like, shit, I just wasted all this time doing something that didn't kind of fit into the concept book, as it's called. So I think today we can try and fix that up a little bit, maybe. Remove some of these, like, yeah, it's like little like pits and stuff in it. That's not the way Eldari runestone disintegrates. And I think that is fine to try and salvage. Can it be a hermit or very scatterbrained? Forget to check in with chat and more people I follow. Yeah, right? Sometimes you get in focus mode, you know? I get that. I get that. I forget to check in on YouTube chat all the time. So, oh man. No, I get you, Nova. You trust me? I won't remember a thing. Yeah, there you go, Sleepy. Let's fucking go. Okay. This is better. We like this. We like this. Okay, we're gonna slowly fix this shit to make it more in line with the other Horizon rune or ring that we had on the other piece we designed a while ago for the April piece. This will be the May piece for Patreon, so it won't be a color painting, I don't think. It'll be just a really in-depth sketch, and hopefully people will like it. I'm just gonna need to like constantly sort of zoom out, zoom back in, and making sure that we're keeping it consistent. So nobody here screwed up, okay? If I screwed up, I'm gonna blame all of us collectively. That's oof. That's the danger, isn't it? We'll keep a little bit of the crunches, so I think they kind of add a little bit of weathering and wear to it, but a lot of these pits need to be cleared out and deleted. Oh well, right? Oh well. Now, at the end of the adventure, it's supposed to be kind of overgrown, so I think I need to, like, maybe cover this shit in some more leaves and whatnot. We'll see about that. Not blame YouTube. Who knows what they're doing? That's true, actually. We should just blame YouTube for it. Dude, in the race between YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, I thought YouTube was going to win. I did not see Instagram winning first to 10K. I was shocked. I seriously couldn't have ever imagined that Instagram would win that race. God damn it, YouTube. They let me down. I put so much faith in them. Not anyone in particular, just like YouTube in general, so... Really was my faith to lose at this point in time, so... Now, rings like this that have been in the abyss for a long time, I think, need to be... maybe, like, extra gangly looking. So maybe it's okay to keep some, like, little shards floating off of it. What'll really blow minds is when players find the first, like, fully intact, non-ruined Eldari ring runestone. That's gonna be the oh shit moment for the players in the game. Now, is it gonna happen anytime soon? Probably not. Unless you're an Astral Knight, and then you know exactly what an intact ring looks like. Don't ask me how. It's a secret. There's certain secrets of the Astral Knight Order that ought not be conveyed to non-members. Okay? I'm actually thinking about making the Astral Knights a bit of like an ARG like mini game, you know? Like giving them some special sort of I don't know what the right word is, like giving them some special like...
It's a picture. Someone took a photo.
Wait, who? Wait, who's holding the camera? Wait, who holds the orchestra? John Williams, is that you? Shit. Aduri knows too much. Yep. Thanks for the bits, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, bro. God damn, dude. That's a lot of bits. It's like a 3-digit number of bits. They've been in the abyss. Would they have claw or tooth marks in them? So that's the thing, is that Eldari runestone is very, very durable when it's active. So runestone that has been broken off and like separated from a rune site basically gets deactivated and just turns into like a very kind of hard black obsidian stone. Eldari runestone that is still connected to an active rune is very, very durable, extremely durable. So it's the kind of thing that you could like sit there all day with a greatsword smacking away at it and it wouldn't really get any damage on it. So as far as like it being in the abyss, lesser abyssals wouldn't really do anything, I don't think, that would constitute a concerning amount of damage on the runestone. I couldn't see it anyway. Okay. But yeah, I wonder about doing some sort of like small, like little ARG type thing for Astral Knight players. Making the class like a little mini game as well. How could you evoke those kind of like old school vibes for what kind of books am I thinking about? You know, like little books with like puzzles and secret notes and things like that in them, pockets and shit. There's got to be some books like that they still make. Maybe not, I don't know. But I kind of want the Astral Knight story to actually be a thing that's kind of a secret. Because like there's cool ideas in D&D about having secrets as players, right? You know some of the party doesn't, but like it's hard to sort of RP around that sometimes. So a big secret got lore dropped in our D&D campaign on Thursday with regards to one of the players. They are not whom they say they are, and they've revealed their identity to one player character in game, and she is sworn to secrecy. However, my character is out of the loop. He doesn't know. And it's funny because we were talking about like sort of those kind of like tropey wit things to RP of like my character just not knowing who this person actually is and like trying to get them to do stuff and whatever. And it's like funny and stuff, and sure. But there is sort of a charm in there legitimately being a secret that you have no idea about. And I think I kind of want to give that gameplay to Astral Knight players that are serious. I want like Astral Knight players, I always talk about the class is that they're very, very like the Astral Knight order is extremely intense. It's brutal, man. They are very, very intense individuals. They don't fuck around. They're real scary to a lot of people. But they're ultimately overall supposed to be doing good. Now, the morals in which they sort of act upon, you know, are questionable sometimes. But what I always say about Astral Knights is that they're protecting a secret more or less, and if you knew what the secret was, you would understand the reason for it would, if you understood the secret that they are protecting, it would justify a lot of the things that the Astral Knights do, right? It's kind of those like modern conspiracy theories of like protecting the world from some alien thing or whatever, and collateral damage and whatever. Like I don't know. Those kind of stories are like funny and whatever. But for the Astral Knights, it really is a story of like, if you understood what it was that they were protecting, you would understand why they do what they do. Where's our vertical landscapes? I want to see how I drew this ring. Okay, so it's more blocky. Got it. Yeah, it's less of these like kind of like curved shapes here and more of like a straight, angular type thing. I think the rock looks too organic in this current version, which is why I don't know why I was doing that or why I thought that was a good idea. But it was just in my brain at the time. But anyway, I kind of want to give Astral Knight players like slowly let them in on that secret as they progress, so that they can actually have something that they sort of like RP with and protect. It kind of makes sense in the story, you know? Super serious Astral Knights? Yeah, you got it. Would there be a way to get a piece of it and make a weapon? There probably would be. Yeah, you could, most likely. It'd be dangerous and not necessarily all that useful, but you could, definitely. Eldari runestone weaponry, or ground Eldari runestone dust placed into steel or something, maybe, I don't know. You could tell a story about that, sure, why not? But yeah, I wonder what like a satisfying way to do the class progression would be. Because what I could do is like write this little like kind of fun kit or whatever of like RP type encounters that would be, I guess, revealed as you progress as a player, you know? As you rank up, you sort of like learn new information. As you stop back at your temple, you kind of like understand more and deeper. Like, you know what actually is, hold on, there might be an idea here. What if along with the Horizon Adventure and the Eldara sort of mainline campaign, there was a canonical Astral Knight and a canonical Astral Sage story that went along with them? I would be accused of playing favorites with my own classes in D&D. Because I would be. Now, let's just take that to its conclusion. I have a canonical story that goes along with the main Eldara campaign that is locked to Astral Knight, or intended to be locked to Astral Knight and Astral Sage progression. Is that a bad thing? Some nerd on the internet is going to complain and say, well, Evan's just he's locking story behind his classes. So if you really want the full story, you have to play one of his classes for the campaign. I mean, you don't have to, you can do whatever you want, right? But writing as intended, canonically, is it a terrible idea to lock sort of storytelling beyond or behind a class? Or is that kind of cool? I suppose it'd be similar to like there being a Jedi specific story in a Star Wars story, or a I'm trying to think of like things or classes or jobs or like archetypes that are specific to a setting. Settings that are like generic fantasy or generic science fiction or whatever that have sort of specific kind of classes that they're known for. So like I can't think of anything like that in Game of Thrones. I think Sanderson has some stuff like that with like shard bearers, are they called? I don't know. Grounded us like magic gunpowder or zapped. Yeah, something like that. There's probably some magical way to kind of change it from, I don't know, Eldari runestone to some useful material. Because it's available. I mean, they're around, you know? Might be easier to have some semi-separate story that then connects to the main story somehow. Yeah, like additional sort of like story components that connect to the main story. Like, I wouldn't be locking any of the main sort of like revelations and stuff and like mysteries behind the kind of the Astral Sage and Astral Knight story, but it would look something like there would be sort of the extra added element of understanding and wonder of like you solving the mystery as an Astral Sage and being able to unlock the powers of the runes or an Astral Knight or whatever. And do I care about that? Is that like a bad idea? Do I feel like that's a bad thing to do, is to lock some of your story behind that? And I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I know if you do that, you're going to have people complaining, because obviously there's people who really love their D&D classes and they're going to feel like they want the full payoff, even if they're a warlock or whatever, or a rogue. But part of my like goal for D&D and fantasy has always been to sort of like bring back the idea of class fantasy in some ways, and to highlight the classes and to make the choices of which class you pick meaningful. But it's kind of hard to do that in D&D with the variation and diversity in D&D classes. Like, a warlock is not a warlock is not a warlock. Warlocks are very diverse and different. Same thing's true with rogues and any other class. There's not really like strong class identity in D&D, I don't think. Like, by design, I think Wizards of the Coast doesn't want that. I think they don't really want there to be an intense class identity that they try and sort of like fit classes into, because people are more about, like, modern players are more about the narrative, whereas a game like World of Warcraft or something, the class fantasy is very important for a lot of people, you know. Tell some dust to pilgrims is a cure all for body and soul, and then scoot out of town before they figure it out. Yeah, you can buy authentic Eldari runestone dust, you know. Yeah, that's right. For only 12 gold, you can have an entire jar of authentic, freshly mined Eldari runestone dust. Add it to your tea for healing of the body and soul. Magical ailments, 1 dusting a day can soothe injuries of magical origin, or some shit like that. I don't know. You know. Yeah, I mean, maybe I do just do something like that, a specific storyline that's an addition to the regular game. Because...
Wow, you sound just like the traveling salesman who sold me authentic Naga oil with similar benefits.
Yes. Wait, you bought... Oh, no, Daria. Oh. Guys, I think Adaria got. Yeah, shit. Guys, I think we lost Adaria on this one. I think he got. Damn it. Not again. Not another one. That fine elvish saffron wasn't saffron. The dwarvish forge butter wasn't dwarvish forge or butter. Shiny, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored to have you, my friend. Thank you. There can be a special vendor that mills Elder runestone dust and compacts them into magical probability gems that you roll to get an effect. What kind of effects would it have? So there is like, I'm not sure if I'll be able to add this to Horizon, but there are like little encounters through the city of Horizon. I think I'll probably try to, but one of them is a rune smuggler, basically. So technically, if you find any rune stones on the island, like any sort of shards or whatever, technically you're supposed to bring them to the Archaeological Society, right? And the Archaeological Society will technically or theoretically buy them from you for a fair price, but we all know that's not the way they operate. So, in like the first version of Horizon I ever ran with the mods during the very first playthrough, which was only a single day playthrough of it. We didn't actually finish that version. It's just too hard to get everybody in the same room after that. Anyway, they encountered a man who was one of these smugglers, and he offered to buy runestone fragments that they found whilst out adventuring. And they didn't end up selling it to him because they found an easier time selling them to the Floating Mountain traders. And you're not supposed to sell them to Floating Mountain legally, but they'll give you a fair price for it. And then just resell it like underneath the nose of the like, Archaeological Society. Part of the problem is the society's trying to claim ownership for like any relics or any sort of ancient items, when technically there's only certain things that they're allowed to sort of enforce rules for buying. So they'll accuse people of smuggling and things like that. But maybe I'll have that vendor, that merchant, sort of like come back as a random encounter possible in Horizon, so that you can get your your players involved in an underground smuggling ring. Part of the goal for Horizon is sort of what I think Atari has kind of done in a lot of games, is give Horizon as like a base intended to be a very snappy kind of like 3-game adventure, and allow players to expand on it if they want. Because like my personal party that went through Horizon the very first time, they did the 3-game adventure in 14 sessions. So that might be a bit much, but still. Rub it onto your wound, it magically disappears. Prestidigitation of the cut on my arm vanishes. Yeah. It's still there. It's just, you know, it's now invisible. It's an illusion spell. It's an illusion. Alright. It's illusory. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't ask any questions. It seems like a lot of people are also very compelled to take down Lord Ashton. Like, he's presented as a sort of a political rival and a device as to why the story needs to happen a certain way. But I think a lot of players can't resist the urge to go take him down, because he's like clearly a villain. And he's not a nice guy. I mean, like the jokes, like everyone joking about Lord Ashen being the one they trust more than Luna and stuff. That's like funny, but ultimately it's like one of the reasons why I don't ask for serious input on the adventure on stream, because people are just like memeing, you know. But it seems like Ashton presented as a villain is more evil than I guess a lot of players can let go of. So I bet it would be like useful to have some stats for him in a map for people to take down Lord Ashton at a certain point in time, if that's kind of on their bucket list of Horizon things to do. Which seems like it would be on a lot of people's Horizon bucket list, is taking down Lord Ashton. So is Atari anyway. And like one of my groups ran with Lord Ashton for a little while as a double agent. And the other group desperately wanted to kill Lord Ashton, but I told them to keep fucking focused, because I wanted them to play the canonical sort of like 3-ish game session adventure, which I think they did in 4. But they also started in Grand Crest and spent some time messing around and whatnot, so there was that too, I guess. Oh, give me a sec. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Alrighty. Alrighty. Has food arrived? Nah. I already ate breakfast this morning. I'm back to my aggressive cutting, so I barely even ate, but I also didn't go to the gym this morning, man. I've been slacking. Holy, what's wrong with me? I'm fucking slacking. Who even is this man? Well, yeah, I think creating a stat block for Lord Ashton would be a good idea. Maybe make him like a hard mode, like secret boss. Like it'd be kind of fun to do. Like I thought it'd be kind of funny actually to do like a challenge mode version of Horizon for like the gamers. You know, like the real gamers, the kind of group that's going to optimize an honor mode run of something. An absolute Horizon challenge mode that can be replayed. That's way more difficult. So balancing encounters, like I realized that having 2 brutes for the last encounter and a priest is like really not a great idea for players. So I'm balancing it down to 1 brute and a bunch of thralls and the priest, but it'd be like you fight both of them kind of thing for the challenge mode. There's an extra bonus at Lord Ashton challenge boss or whatever, something along those lines. Now, I know it's a dumb idea, but I know no one's going to care about it or want to play through a hard mode version of Horizon. But I still think it's funny. Ooh, fuck. Okay, right. Unless the hardcore gamers are all waiting for one D&D adventure to pull them back. Like, give them something to brag about. If there's anything I've learned about Elden Ring and like World of Warcraft and stuff and games that I've played for like a good chunk of my life, I've learned that gamers like to have undeserved feelings of accomplishment for things that don't matter. Now, how do we build that sense of undeserved accomplishment into Dungeons & Dragons? That's how we're going to get the gamers back. Because right now, the storytellers, the RPers, the theater kids, they all love D&D. You know, fair enough. But the gamers, man, the gamers aren't playing Dungeons & Dragons. They aren't playing any TTRPG. Because none of the other ones that are more gamer-focused have the brand capital to bring them in, you know? And you're saying canonical game length, but the canonical game length of the game is generally however long it takes players to go through it. Yeah, the reason I say canonical game length is because DMs generally want to know what to expect. That's the reason I say it. Like if I say, here's an adventure, man, I don't know how long it's going to take you. Like, I don't fucking know, man. You go to Horizon, see how long it takes you, bro. That's one of those things that you need to sort of be able to identify, like, for the players and the game masters that are looking to run Horizon ahead of time. They want to know, on average, how long an adventure is going to take them. So even though I would anticipate a lot of people would take a lot longer than like 3 sessions, I want to make sure that I can build it into something that's 3 sessions. Especially a lot of modern D&D players, you know, scheduling is like the monster, right? It's like the meme. What's up, Penguin? What's going, dude? Good to see you, bro. And that's, I think, an important thing to be able to kind of like, if you can promise a group of players that, yeah, this adventure will take you, like between 3 and 5 weeks, people can kind of like think to themselves like, oh, I can commit to D&D for 3 to 5 weeks. Sure, man. But if you say the adventure is like somewhere between like 6 and 15 sessions, they're like, oh God, that could be all summer. Like, I can't commit to that. So it's more just so people can actually expect what to or know what to expect when they're signing up for a game, I guess. And like, I've made tools in here for, I think Horizon can be run as a one-shot if you are willing to sort of like set the scenario for the players a lot more, right? So you could start the Horizon game after the conversation with Luna. So you could say, hey, so Lady Luna has requested aid from the Adventurers Guild, the Dragon's Claim, in which you all have answered the call. And she is looking for adventurers to help her find a discovery of some variety with her old friend Zephyrin Soul. You're to escort Zephyrin to a rune site and protect him, and do it in secret, for there is a evil archaeological society that are trying to take Lady Luna down. And there you go. So the day has come where you are, you know, to meet up with Zephyrin. You've been doing stuff in Horizon for a couple of days, laying low, and you meet up with Zephyrin one afternoon behind Airlace Manor, and there you go. That's your one shot, you know. So I think you can trim down like Horizon quite a bit if you want to, or obviously spend a lot more time on it if you want to like start in Grand Crest and have your players like figuring out why they want to join the Dragon's Claim and go through the entire thing like that. It can be pretty in-depth, and that's like kind of okay as well if that's like what you want. I'll be the one that lasts all year or more. What's the longest campaign you ever played, Nova? Do you like those long games? Because I really want to try. I want to run my decade campaign. You know, the longest campaigns I've ever played were probably 3 or 5 years, and those are great. And those are very, very long campaigns. Never let a neckbeard that has been in a campaign for 10 plus years tell you that your 3-year campaign isn't really fucking long. You know, even a year-long campaign is like a really long campaign. The neckbeards just will try and gain, again, an undeserved sense of accomplishment by having a very, very, very unusually long campaign. But I think I want to try one of those like absurdly long campaigns, like my decade campaign. I've been thinking about how to run it, and I think I'm ready to. I think I've got the way to do it, and it's funny. The way to do it is actually not to count on any group of players. If you can have a core of players, and I think that core for me is Ella Blackwood, and as long as she is willing to play D&D through that entire campaign, then other player characters can come and go. You know. And you have them like come along for arcs of the campaign or whatever, you know. Star Group has done 6 months mostly because of their schedules, but they've done longer before. That's still pretty long, you know. And my kiddo's end of year program. I'm sure it's gonna be cute. That's hilarious. Dude, all right. Have the best time, Nova, and thank you again for the raid, guys. If you aren't following Amethyst Nova, please go over there and drop a follow, and say what's up. We're all gonna learn how to crochet together from Nova, all right? Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, I do want to try to like get my decade campaign rolling, and I'm not sure if I'm going to make it the canonical Eldara playthrough. It might be something different, so I don't have to feel compelled to like write the canonical story on the fly. Or maybe I do, and I inspire the canonical Eldara story from it, and not feel like tied to it or whatever. I'm still thinking about it, but I think I'm about ready. After I finish up this campaign with Ashy, Ulner, and Vixie, I think I'm going to start it. And we might do the first couple sessions on stream to get it going. Excuse me. And it won't run every week, probably. It'll probably be like, you know, 3 weeks here, 2 weeks off, 5 weeks on, 6 weeks off, or whatever. But I'm really, really excited for it. I'm ready to start telling that story. How's Thursday game? It's good. I don't know what we're doing next week, though. We kind of decided a little bit on where our next goal and ambition was going to be, and where we're going to go. And I don't know, man. Yeah. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Are y'all doing whatever you were hired or crusading towards? Yeah. Basically, I mean, our order of like very religious sort of Templars that Ulner, Ella, and I were part of, basically went down to kill a necromancer, and figured out that the necromancer was basically trying to resurrect some very old evil, and semi-successfully did it. So now we have to hunt down that evil. It's a whole big thing now. So and it's fun. I'm enjoying it. Ashy, Ulner, and Vixie are great. Ulner's hilarious to play D&D with. And I'd like to get Vixie in a very RP heavy game. I think Vixie would be a very, very comfortable, like really heavy RP player. I'd love to get her in one of those kind of games. And it's cool to have characters that are players that are sort of different like that. Like Ulner's more of a gamer, you know? Ashy is kind of a balance. Great DM style like that. Kind of responds to what the players want. Not super in-depth roleplay, but really good narrative design. It's a very hard thing to do, like for a DM to be a good narrative DM without being a very roleplay heavy DM. And Vixie's very roleplay heavy. You can go with the flow. And then Ella's kind of that chameleon that just sort of does whatever. It's fun, man. It's been good. Get Vixie in that one game you talked about a long time ago, heavy political game. Oh yeah. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that'd be fun. So there's a big Eldari rune here. I'm trying to figure out what I need to draw for like the preview window or whatever to see exactly kind of the rune, because for the video more or less what needs to be drawn for this area before I move on to other things. And like I don't want to dart too much around this piece. I kind of want to keep it all like pretty consistent with what's going to be in the video if I can, and then go ham on it later. As a player, what can I do to help a new D&D player? Well, new D&D players, Mo, I think they have a lot of anxiety and stress with learning the game. D&D is very, very arcane as far as like how things work and how mechanics work. And it's very intimidating, I think, when you're a brand new player and you roll off the you know, the carpet into the new D&D player sort of waiting room. And it's tough. Someone just hands you a giant book and says, here, read everything. Read all the rules. Know every rule forever on how everything works. And new players are like, oh, God, I don't want to do this. It's one of the problems that D&D has with recruiting new players, I think, is that people they don't want to learn how to, you know, refinance a mortgage just to play an RPG. And I think that that's one of the biggest things you can do as a D&D player is to help them, obviously, like, say, hey, here's what you need to learn. The rest I'll help you with if it comes up. And you give them that sense of like, here's what to focus on, here's what to learn, and don't worry about the rest, so they can actually get into it and get excited and enthusiastic about it. And then it also, I think the biggest thing that you can do as a player to really help new players is lead by example. So one of the problems and kind of the common concerns that I think new players have is they don't know what you can do in D&D. You say, hey, you arrive at the town gate, there's 2 guards there, what do you want to do? New players are often like, I don't know. And it does help when the GM like gives them options and says, you know, okay, do you want to try and bribe the guards? Do you want to try and like intimidate the guards? Do you want to try and sneak around? Do you want to fight them? Right? You can do whatever you want. And a lot of people who haven't done or played games in the past where there's a lot of that player option, I think it's kind of intimidating. That's why Baldur's Gate 3 in some ways was a great thing for my D&D players who are newer, because the GM only has so much power to like make suggestions for things. Ultimately, the players like can't be given too much suggestion from the DM, otherwise it feels a little like forced as to like what the DM wants you to do. So that's where the players, the other players, can sort of lead by example. So you get to a situation the GM has described some like, you know, some obstacle, and you as the player character can show the new players how to sort of like take on and be creative in game and do things outside of the rules as written and play the game in a really creative way. That's, I think, one of the best things you can do as a player character. You can help get them into RP by, you know, getting into the RP yourself. A lot of people are very like self-conscious about getting into RP. They don't want to, you know, talk in a silly voice and be a different character and whatever. But they want to, but they're just like nervous to, you know? So if you break the ice first and you're sort of willing to kind of engage them like that, that's sometimes very helpful as well. It's always just by lead by example, I think. It's always the most important thing to do. Roll off the carpet into the basement. That's what we were looking for. Is it? Is that a term? I've never heard of that. The flower symbol looks like a modern astral sage symbol. I wonder if what it's been doing down in the abyss all these years. Well, that is part of it. Is is that you one of the big revelations that you find is Astral Sage, like sophisticated modern Astral Sage symbols on the runes. That's like one of the big things. I mean, I can send you the so I can send you Zephyr's monologue if you want for the adventure, Atari. I'll just fucking post in the dev mood, I guess. Why not? Who cares? So, can I post this entire message in the dev mood? Is that too long? Okay, so this is the entire sort of like revelation at the runes. If you want to read it, Atari. This is Zephyr's monologue, which you can either like directly read to your players or take what you want from it and communicate it to the players. And then this is the ring specifically. So there are symbols and stuff that are rings. This is a like an indicator of what you'll find on the ground as well. So yeah, there it is. This is the whole fucking thing. Wait, where's the... Okay, there we go. And to close things, I had too many cypress trees open for Maduria. Damn it. Okay, there we go. I go full bore into my NPCs within 10 minutes of us sitting down, and good icebreaker. Yeah, I think that... So the DM can lead by example quite a bit, but I still think there's a bit of a disconnection between the DM and a player, where a player can still feel a little hesitant. It definitely helps if the DM sort of like tries to bring them in, but if the other players are kind of interacting with the game like that, I think it's much easier for the new players to kind of get in combat, or in... they can kind of like get swept away or swept up in the game as well. When you're like in combat, it's easy to show players what they can do by doing ridiculous, absurd shit. But sometimes as an RP sort of like D&D player, it's hard to, you know, lead by example in that way. But TLDR for the runes, Atari, one of the most important things is basically just seeing actual evidence of not only a story of the sages being Eldarians, but also evidence that the sages were competent spellcasters back then, and not just kind of the little star seeker shamans that they were thought to be at this point in time in history. Especially in this area of the world. Other areas, like again, an Astral Knight player that like really dives into Astral Knight sort of lore will know that all of this is true prior to the game even starting. But whether or not people like believe the story or not is like, it's not a concern for the Astral Knights. They don't really care. The Astral Knights really don't give a shit what anybody thinks or knows about the Astral Sages. They kind of like in some ways think about it like a government agency and people talking about aliens. You know, the Knights like kind of know the truth. They know the story. They know the history. They know whatever. And so if you like point out that there's like, oh my god, here's like this crazy thing that happened, and a bunch of Astral Knights show up, the Astral Knights would already kind of know the history, more or less. As far as like old stories go. Do a couple little like designs here. kind of allude to modern sage stuff on the bricks. I want there to also be sort of a tracing of like artistic kind of clues and hints on certain patterns. Things that people would like look at in the future and be like, wait, oh my god, that pattern Evan drew on this piece in the story. Years later, it makes sense. You know, constellations and stuff. You have voice for Zephyrin? I have one developing by just reading this. A little giddy and overexcited, but also a bit of a know-it-all unintentionally. He just gets excited with stuff. The way I RP Zephyrin is he's definitely he's like kind of nervous. He is very excitable. I mean, it's kind of a classic character trope, right? The nerdy researcher, the Daniel Jackson, the Milo from Atlantis. He definitely fits into that kind of trope, I think, a little bit. So I always RP him a little bit nervous, but definitely very excited. A little ignorant to dangers and stuff, but overall there's like a bravery to him where he's like Zephyrin is risking a lot by doing this. He's risking his entire career, and depending on what you would believe of the archaeological society, to maybe his life to sort of like pursue this. So he does have a certain bravery to him, but it definitely doesn't show, I guess, obviously. It's not apparent. Socially unaware too? You could. I have him because he grew up around nobility. He is very polite and kind of understands decorum and things like that. So although he's very passionate in his head, he did grow up with Luna in some sense and like learning under Lord Airlace.
Fits the Dr. Delbert Doppler archetype.
Delbert
That's the most
Doppler.
relatable one to me.
Who is that? Wait, what is that from Maduria? Delbert Doppler. Wait, what? Jack, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Yeah, wait, what's that from Maduria? Yeah, I was Zephyrin a little bit unsure about things, you know. If you know, you know. Okay, well, I guess I'm out of the loop then. No, unfortunately I'm a little ignorant on this. No, he's polite and well-mannered, but definitely excitable, and he's like enthusiastic but definitely anxious. Because like where he's at right now as well is like he's been working in secret to sort of like move against the archaeological society from within. And now, so he's kind of like a double agent or a spy. And now he's finally like going, him doing this like whole mission thing. He's now at the point of no return. Like at any point in time, he could have sort of like feigned ignorance or whatever and sort of sided with the archaeological society, and they wouldn't have necessarily like suspected him in any way. But after he goes to the island, he is now full on lying to the society. If you dive into Zephyrin, I don't have this written anywhere, but basically the archaeological society thinks that he is taking artifacts back to Grand Crest right now. So like this doesn't come up at all in the adventure, but narratively for me, if you press him on it and you say like, so what have you been doing? He's basically been surveying and doing his archaeological society duties, sort of being a good boy, getting pat on the head by them, working up the ranks. You know, the society thinks that they've trained him, because when Lord Airlace was discredited for his theories on astral sages and the history of the Shattered Sea and things like that, Zephyrin did not speak out against him, and Zephyrin joined the Archaeological Society, which seemed like a massive betrayal of Lord Airlace. But Zephyrin was told to do so by Lord Airlace to protect him, because basically Lord Airlace was like, look, I'm going to go down for this. You don't need to throw away your career and your life for this too, kid. Go play in their court, go play ball, go play nice, live a good life, you know, don't don't go down on this old man's like ship with me. So Zephyrin, a lot of people were like some people kind of mad at him, like, why wouldn't you have spoken up to defend Lord Airlace? Why wouldn't you have like, you know, why did you just like shut up and disappear? So he's not in Airlace. No, his last name's Soul, Zephyrin Soul. So he kind of like has been waiting for this opportunity to sort of take things down with Luna from the inside. So he's been playing the good boy all this time. He's been, you know, they definitely think that they've like, you know, trained him well. So they've been giving him more and more responsibilities, and now he's just going to this rune site, and they're kind of in some ways like, Zephyrin being asked to come to this rune site is sort of actually it is a, maybe I should write this into the adventure, and I probably will in one of the like sort of World Never articles, but Zephyrin being brought to Horizon is considered to be a bit of a middle finger to the Airlace family. Like this is like, there are runes on this island that, you know, your grandfather would have been very interested in, and his student, who we've completely turned against him, we're going to put him in charge of some of that operation. You're going to have to watch your old family friend walking around helping us, working for us. And so it's a bit of a middle finger, a bit of a victory lap for them. But this is kind of what Zephyr's been doing. He's been biding his time. So he's working with Luna, you know, as far as like what that looks like outside of the actual adventure and RP and stuff, it's all up to the GM, I guess. But canonically, that's kind of his storyline. So he's not necessarily like some like weird nerdy researcher. He's like from high society and stuff. He grew up with them, and he's been in the archaeological society. But there is a bravery to him, because this is now, they've given him some he was in charge of surveying. That's how he got this opportunity to find the island and not tell them about it. So he lied to them about the island, about there being runes on it, but he could have easily missed that, right? So he didn't really do anything like wrong, as it were, just yet. But with him now staying behind and organizing this little sort of like, you know, expedition to the island, now he's risking his neck with the society and potentially his life, depending on how much you believe Luna about the mysterious sort of like case of Lord Airlace's death. So we're gonna 7-minute distraction here. See how easy it is. Oh yeah, am I distracted? Damn, was it that easy? What? Yeah, oh geez, yeah, I guess talking about the adventure, oh god, that's yeah, right? It's that easy. So he's a bit of an interesting character like that, but I think that a lot of people will just treat him a bit like the narrative or the device of like the know-it-all researcher that contextualizes the runes that you're going to. That somebody has to seem like they know what's going on, and it's going to be this guy, because you can't have it be a player character. This has been actually a bit of an issue with me with Astral Sage players that I need to figure out, where Astral Sage players are supposed to know more about the world than other players in the party, but I find having to tell the Astral Sages what is like, hey, this is why this is important. This is why you'd be really impressed right now, is because this thing, you know? And that's not a good way to do it. I think that it's better to give the sages actual hidden knowledge, so that when you call upon it, they can actually be impressed. They can actually put the puzzle together. They can actually see the revelation sort of unfold right in front of their eyes, and you as the other players can see your Astral Sage player's mind get blown. You know, that's like, I think the way to do it. But now, obviously, it's hard because you need to give a player a lot of context as to what the fuck's going on in the adventure ahead of time. And so how do you do that as a world creator that isn't the GM of a game that you're in? How do I give all this context to something without forcing a player to read like 4 articles? Or maybe you just do. Maybe you say like, hey, here's the entire backstory of this shit. If you really want to know everything, like, here, you go for it. You can read all this shit, you know? It's asking a bit of the player. Here's some lore you only know. You can't share it. Then they immediately share it. Right. Yeah, there's that too. There's yeah. Here's some lore only you know. What do you want to do with it? Oh, you just told the players immediately. Okay, cool. Well, why are you telling them? I mean, I think that in that case, it's kind of like there's not really a metagaming thing behind it, because it's not necessarily like I think a good way of doing it is delivering it in the moment too. So you say like, hey, there's this like floral looking pattern on the runestone, and you, Sandra, as a sage, that looks suspiciously like astral sage rings that you are used to making for your runes, but it is definitely older, definitely more sophisticated. You've never seen anything like this in your entire life. Then that kind of cues the player to be like, oh, wow, you know, without having to give them too much exposition. Because I do find it a little bit difficult in some D&D campaigns where you get into it. Neon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. It's a little bit hard to sometimes sit through the GM telling you why you care about something for too long in a game, because there's obviously going to be a lot of that in any game where there's a lot of lore or high stakes. But sitting in there in that conversation window too long, I find you lose players. Like, they fade pretty quick. They don't retain the information. So it's sometimes better in some ways to give it to your players in the moment, even if it's a little bit cheapened that way, and then they're not the ones that are impressed. They, like, you're telling them that they're impressed in the moment. Not ideal, but sometimes better, I guess. You know, or there's maybe like a canonical guide on playing the sage outside of an adventure or whatever. Like a additional, no, that wouldn't really work with there. Yeah, I don't know. I think this through, actually. There's a consideration to be had here. All right. So I need to basically copy this ring onto the ground here. But it needs to be put into perspective. Now, I can't use this line work, obviously. But I can use this as a base to actually write the rune in properly. So that's what we're going to do. Then I just have to kind of copy over it, I guess. Let me do that again, actually. The reason is because if I want there to be other rings, I want them to match up with the current one in the perspective. And if the perspective's off on here, it's okay. A little bit off anyway. But if it's like very off, with the actual, like, if it's off based on the entire, or against the entire like image, it's not actually that big of a deal. But if it's off against the other rings, it'll be more jarring. So I'm gonna create a ring or two as a guide here. Then we can take the entire thing and do the same shit I just did. Scaling up the entire sage ring the way I want it. I'm using this as the guide. I want the sage ring bigger. I think it's important. Perspective tools, man. Okay. So now this is better. That's more correct. Still, it's more information than I need, but it's better this way. I can sort of allude to other, like, tiles and stuff around it. The DM barely trains information in my sessions. Hate that guy, right? Me too. Can never get the DM for my Eldar games to figure shit out. They're carved right into the indestructible obsidian. No, the only parts of Eldari stone is right here. It's the actual ring. So the whole point of this, and I need to figure out a good way to articulate it visually and narratively, is that this is an Eldari ring, and these are Aldarian runes. Now, tricky, I know. I don't know if I have a great way of doing it just yet, but I think it'll be okay. I'm confident that I can figure it out, even if it's not like apparent right now. Wait, Poix? Did I say it right? I probably didn't, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Honored to have you, friend. I'm gonna ask the difference. This is good. Yeah. So it's basically an Aldarian sage temple. You're basically looking at Roman runes built around an Egyptian monolith. So you're looking at 2,000-year-old runes built around a 10,000-year-old ring, more or less. So that's part of the mystery of it, is that this ancient 10,000-year-old like monolith. And I think the difference is to refer to them not as runes versus runes, Aldarian runes versus Eldari runes, but to say Aldarian runes versus an Eldari monolith. That separates them a little bit in a better way, I think. So it's not good enough on its own, but it's a start. And part of the premise of the whole thing is the Eldarians had no idea how to interact with Eldari monolith structures. They only knew magecraft, whatever. So that's like that's the entire premise behind the story right now. The mystery. And Luna describes this. Hold on, let me get something up here real quick. Luna describes this like sort of a little bit to the party. Zephyrin kind of describes this a little bit more as well. Oops, one sec. There we go. Sorry, I'm just gonna move that over there. Okay. There we go. But yeah, Zephyrin describes it a little bit more, but that's the premise, is that they only really knew how to use like arcane magics, and that they weren't actually sort of advanced casters and didn't have any kind of like knowledge in astral arts at the time. They were just kind of like trying to figure out how to get their footing as astral sages. So there wasn't any kind of advanced sort of like understanding. An alternative story and history, as it were. So it doesn't need to be perfect, just kind of alluding to the same sort of shape. Especially because a lot of it's going to be broken down and cracked and messed up and stuff, so... And this spell also that like sage players will learn a new spell from studying these runes, which would be kind of fun, because Astral Sage and Astral Knight spell progression in an Eldara canonical story will be linked to discoveries, not to level ups. If you're doing a game where there is like those kind of exploration discoveries present. If not, if you're just going off in the middle of the wilderness, killing some, like, dragonfly zombies or whatever, I don't know. But if you're, like, doing an actual sort of Realms of Eldara, Astral Sage, exploration, magic, whatever story, you're going to learn new spells based on your understanding of runes and learning, and actually going out there and, like, learning new things. Hold on, I think I have something in my eye. Give me a sec. Well, just shone a flashlight in my eye for 30 seconds, so we'll see how art goes for the next 5 minutes. We'll do our best, man. But yeah, I think the main issue between the Eldari runes and the Eldarian runes is actually just communicating the idea. I think a lot of people have pointed out, rightfully so, that the names are too similar, but I actually don't think the names are a problem. Like, obviously they cause a problem, but changing the name isn't necessarily the only solution. A lot of it is also in how you kind of discuss them and how you address them. It's like ancient monoliths that are there since the beginning of creation versus ruins of an old civilization. You know what I mean? That's like one of the big sort of like points, I guess, to be made. Is how to kind of like differentiate them that way. And I think that it is just a matter of how you brand it in the book. For the most part, anyway. Discovery for Astral Knights and Sages is going to be probably the easiest at your table since you're the guy with the story and hidden knowledge of the world. Right, and so I need to make mechanics for it for other players that want to engage with that feature on how to do it. Sort of like, hey, the players will, if they spend a night figuring this spell out, they will learn how to cast, and then you give them a new spell. And you make it just very easy for players to kind of jump onto if they're not playing it, like, obviously, like, at my table. Yuna. Okay, goodbye. Yuna came in to say hi, and then she fucked off, so. She grabbed her chew and then ran. She pieced out, man. She knew what she wanted. She got it. And then said, see you later, nerd. Alright. Fair enough, dog. So this rune will be a cool healing spell, actually. Wait, spoilers. Shit. I've said too much. Mods pour Kool-Aid on the server. Destroy the evidence. They must never know what was discovered here today. And I'm not going to get this vibe right on this adventure. I know that. Because I don't know how to write a good, like, archaeological mystery. Never written one before. And so I'm going to use feedback to try and, like, figure that out slowly. So that I can have those, like, moments of revelation. Be really great story payoffs. And feel really cool. What if we disable this? Ooh, see? That looks kind of... Dude. Dude. See? The guide, man. The guide. It knew what... Dude, it knew the plan. It understood the message. Oh, Yuna has returned. Hi, Yuna. Hi, baby. You bring me your chew? You gonna chew on your chew while I stream? Alright. This is highly unusual. She usually wants nothing to do with her beef chew until the evening. Then she'll do what she just did, come in here holding it in her mouth so excitedly, prancing up with it, expecting me to hold it with my foot. How many holes are in your glove? Not as many as there are plot holes in Eldara, so let's appeal it. Oh, Yuna? Yeah. You couldn't contain the monkey. Here, Yuna. Here. Hello. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hello. Hi, Yuna. Yuna, good girl. Hello. Hello, puppy. Hi. Hi. Hi, Yuna. Oh, good girl. Hi, little one. Oh, you're so pretty. With your new fur cut. What a great use of spending money for that. Look at all the rat you are. Okay, come here. Here, and your bellies. Oh, wait, I don't know what you just did, but hit a button. Yuna. Good girl. A dog interlude. You know where's Ella? You know who Ella is? You know where's Ella? You think I'm saying Evan? You have no idea. That's not her name. That's not what you call the other one. Alright, there you go. Think about me. Good luck. Okay, what did we just try and do by accident? Okay. That's fine. We're good. No, you can't bring it onto the footrest. That'll make too much noise, puppy. I'll just send you off with Ella to think about what you've done trying to disturb me while I stream. She is kind of baby, right? She was just excited. What? Don't? No. You're not going to start crying. Okay, if I put it on here, you have to be quiet then with it, okay? Can you be quiet? If I hear you banging on the footrest, it's over. I'm kicking you out, okay? Okay, she has her chew on my footrest, so if you can hear banging, please let me know. So I can kick her out. Because even if you don't mind it, there's somebody who does, and I want to ensure that they don't have to deal with that sound of the footrest just smack, smack. I think it's okay. Oh, wait, she fucked off. Nope, she's back. Can you make dice yet? Can Yuna make dice yet? Well, I mean, you know, Samurai, I actually made my first dice, my first Blackwood dice last weekend. Ella ran out of silicon dice, like Giga Squishes at the convention. She's like, I need you to pour some more. I'm like, I don't know how to do that shit. So she walked me through the process. So I can. I don't know if Yuna can, though. I don't know. Freedom? Dude, what do you want from me, Yuna? Oh, you want to chew on that side of it. Okay. Dude, this dog is so demanding. Holy shit. Okay, let me put it up on here for you, you little piece of shit. Okay, that's what you get. If you don't want it, you can fuck off, okay? You have one more chance, Yuna. One more chance to be happy and calm down, or else you get kicked to the fucking curb. Lurking, but seller just responded and can ship. Do I go for $75 Wacom Intuos Pro large secondhand, or do I buy a new Intuos medium $80 off Amazon? I thought they were way more than that. How much is how big is the medium? Versus Intuos Pro medium. Let's see, how big is that? Yeah, are you sure? Because this is coming up as 500 Canadian. Yeah, are you sure about that, Fox? Let me just double check there's not a different version of it. I know this is Canada, but still. Drawing tablets. Oops. Intuos. Intuos or Intuos Pro? Must just be Intuos, right? Okay, so it's just an Intuos, not Intuos Pro. Huh. to Wacom's Amazon store. Okay, so we're just looking at, so Wacom Intuos Pro large secondhand by the Intuos Medium for 80 off Amazon. I would the Intuos Pro large. I'm guessing it's the 2017 version, not the 2025 version. I don't think you'll need a tablet that big right off the rip, but I would still go for a Pro over the regular. That's tough. So hold on. Is it the pressure sensitivity difference? So 8100 versus what's the pressure whatever of the Intuos? Doesn't list it, does it? 49 40 so it's half as sensitive. God, that's tough. Well, if you can get a large Pro for 80 bucks, that's pretty good, I think. I'd even risk it if it's secondhand. As long as, like, if it works out, then I would absolutely do that. If for some reason this is like some Monka scam shit and it's broken, that sucks. But I would, for getting an Intuos Pro large for 80 bucks, that's pretty good, to be honest, if I'm being real. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good, I think. I'd do the Pro, personally. Just pay for shipping, basically. Sure, yeah. I think it's worth it. If you can get that for like $100 or whatever, how much it would be for that plus shipping, that's kind of unreal. I just maybe be very careful as to ask her why she decided to upgrade. If it's like shit kicked. The thing is, Intuos tablets are very durable, so there's like a large chance that it's like just fine, you know? But if it does seem fine, then I'd definitely go for that. Yeah, whichever's bigger, because that's what makes you a better artist. It does. No one wants to admit it, Cass, but bigger tablet, better artist. Better artist, bigger following on Instagram, bigger number, better person. Better person, better World of Warcraft Raider.io score. Better World of Warcraft Raider.io score. We have to have an end to the goal at some point in time. I just don't know where it is here. Yeah, I don't know where the end goal is, but I'm sure we'll arrive there at some point in time if we keep just getting our tablets bigger and bigger. We'll arrive at feeling validated and happy at some point in time. Maybe it's better Raider.io score, more chance that your parents will approve of you. Is that the end game to it? Okay, you're gonna just decide to flop. Okay, Flopna. You just sad because Ella's in the bathroom drying her hair? Fucking dog, man, I swear. Not upgrading, apparently quit art school. She's iffy on how well it holds a charge, but I can deal with that fine. How well it holds a charge? Wait, what? Holds a charge? They come wireless now? What? Holy shit, could you imagine? Alright, well, whatever. Yep. That's some luxury shit to me. I wonder how long they've been wireless for. It seems like a good idea. Quit art school. So you're saying that the tablet carries the stain and filth, the stench of failure, of someone who couldn't handle the pressure of art school, who wasn't good enough, who was incapable of doing literally anything difficult in their life as they just writhe in mediocrity. It's the smell, Mr. Anderson. Wait, shit. You also quit art school? What the fuck you quit art school for? That shit's the easiest shit in the business. When you just go to art school, you don't quit art school, you're an artist. What the fuck? I ain't gonna back down on this one. I dug my grave on this take. I'm going down on it. Hey man, sometimes it takes people to, you know what I can understand? I can understand the person that goes to art school, quits art school and decides not to go be an artist. What I don't understand is the person that goes to art school, quits art school and still makes art. Unless their art school is incredibly shitty. Because sometimes that can happen. You can be better than your art school and you like, oh, this isn't gonna get me anywhere. But, I don't know, man. I haven't heard a lot of good reasons for I haven't heard very many success stories for, oh yeah, I was going to art school and I quit art school to go be a real artist. Be very few and far between, but I'm sure it's happened, you know. Welcome to us large be good for beginner in digital art, or is that still too much? I think the large might be too much space for you. I don't think you need a large. The thing with Intuos products is that if you're doing a display or a non-display tablet, just a drawing tablet, I think you can get away with smaller sizes. The large is definitely better. It's a nicer, it's a nicer luxury, a better experience. But I don't think you need an Intuos Pro large to get after it. I think you could do an Intuos Pro medium, and I don't think it's too much. To be honest, at the point where you're ready to move to digital artwork, I don't think there's any tablet that's like too much or too little or whatever. I think that maybe an iPad's too little, I don't know. The problem is if you start with digital art, I wouldn't start, it doesn't matter what tablet you have, I wouldn't start learning how to do fundamentals with a digital tool, like ever. Ellie from Wild Blue Studios did not finish art school. Ellie from Wild Blue Studios, what do they do? And who's Ellie? why are you saying their first name like I should know them? Have I met them? Shit. It's always lost all respect from my art teachers after they allowed their students to trace and steal other artists' work. Yeah, that's the problem. You know, a lot of times these like art schools, like you think like, man, not all art schools are the same. It's really tough. It's not like an academic school and it's not like a trade school. An art school is something entirely different from academic or technical schools. And it's really tough, you know. Links are unfortunately blocked, Holston. I apologize. You have to drop in Discord if you want to drop a link. Twitch just auto converts it to stars. The teachers were shitty, allowed theft of work because it's just school and everything I was learning I had already learned in high school during pre-college courses, so I refused to keep paying because they refused to accept my college credits for what I had already learned. Yeah, that's rough. Wait, what art school was that? Emily Carr? No, yeah, a lot of finding a good art school can be actually pretty tricky. There's like a lot of times I do recommend not going to art school if it means you have to travel and you don't have the money for it. If you have to travel out of state or out of province and go somewhere else to get a good art education, but you don't have the money for that, man, you can do a lot on your own, you know. So it's definitely not for everybody, for every art school. A lot of art schools that you go to, you can sort of see if you're halfway decent that you're actually not going to get anything out of your education there. And it's really tragic because some students will go the entire schooling program and get fucking nothing out of it. All the students used to concept art portfolio reviews here on Twitch. They've worked for Riot, Blizzard, etc. Oh, cool. Well, like I said, there's always an exception, but in general, I've never really heard anybody that dropped out of art school, like a good art school, and went off to have a decent career. So that's great if there's an exception here or there, but in general, when somebody says, I dropped out of art school, it's usually, you know, unless it's like a good reason, like I was at a bad art school, like Aya. That might be the case with this LA person as well. That's not usually a good sign. It's usually for not great reasons anyway. But good art school is very difficult. It's very, very like challenging. If you go to somewhere like real, like art center or one of those like real, now hold on. Here's the other problem. Not all art schools are gonna set you up for a realistic career either. There are some schools that you go to that are very much like fine art schools. You know, my teachers would let us use assets for license for personal use for school stuff, but that was the most we could get away with, that kind of thing. Assets licensed for personal use for school stuff. What kind of assets would you be using? Like, do you mean like 3D assets? What do you mean by assets there? I mean, the problem with the art school conversation is a lot of times you don't really know what, like people are just not really that, like, people are just kind of disingenuous about it. There's a good, like, it's like anything in art as far as like art school programs, the tools, whatever. A lot of the time, people who spend a lot of time talking about it or make it part of their brand, like don't have a large, in my opinion, don't have a large sort of like skill set to stand on. It's like I'm always very, very wary or cautious if somebody introduces themselves as a self-taught artist or whatever, or like a clip studio artist or an iPad artist, or, you know, like there's another qualification there besides just artist. If you really want to like elevate the way you introduce yourself, specify what kind of art you do. So concept art versus like illustration, things like that.
Visitors,
you know what I mean?
How exciting!
Maggie, hello Maggie, what's up, dude? Hello, how's it going? Good to see ya. What's up, guys? What are we doing today? Tell me your tales. Maggie's school is out and we're flocking your way. Do fish flock? Is that a thing? What's up, Nita? What's up, Tals? Good to see you. Hello, my friends. We were just talking about art school and how much of a scam it is. No. Good to see you guys. What are we all doing today? Yo, if you guys are familiar with my stream, you're probably familiar with Maggie. And if you are not familiar with Maggie, for some reason, Maggie is a wondrous streamer, a lovely human being, and a general positive force in the world. And I do highly recommend to follow on Maggie's streams. So,
hello, leader.
Hit that shout out link. Yo,
cultists.
yo, what's up, Miss Pixel?
I'm a self-taught artist.
Uh-oh. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Busy working on Hollow Knight Art Month, put on by the wonderful Chrissy Arts. Oh, I saw you talking about something to do with Hollow Knight in a stream title the other day, but I couldn't stop in for too long. Ooh. You know, I've never played Hollow Knight. I hear it's on the sort of like the bucket list for games, but I've never had the desire to jump into it. Hollow Knight art, though. Now I'm intrigued, actually. Well, sounds dope. I'm sure we'll see the finished product when it's ready. We're just doing some runes for the adventure, so there's gonna be some art used for the Horizon adventure. Hopefully be done in time for Friday, and if not, nah, you know, whatever. It's a really great game, and I'm not a super fan of it, but the art is fun, and I'm in love with Christy. Well, there you go. Okay, I already have 20.5 of the 31 days completed done. That's some speedrun shit right there. That's some Papega shit. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Hold on, let me just, I want to skip back and chat real quick so I don't miss anything. Graphic designer mostly, so fonts and stuff. Oh, well, yeah, typefaces are fine, Cass. If you're using typefaces for graphic design program stuff, that's you're not gonna hand craft every typeface you use. No, because that's not industry standard anyway, so that makes sense. It's been insane to me just because you had to apply with a portfolio to prove you did your own work, and if you had traced or stolen work, they'd blacklist you from applying, only to get accepted. My character design and animator teacher allowing people to trace and steal work from within his class. That's so bizarre, dude. I'm so curious about like a lot of people's art school experience. I think that maybe the problem is do you think the problem is a lack of education on like, or too much trust in the idea of an institution? Like, just because it says it's called an art school, or just because it's called a college or a university, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a real education there, especially for art school. For any school. I mean, that's probably, a lot of people have that case. But especially for art school, the training you get. Man, there's got to be a way to figuring that out. Edities, what's up, dude? What's going on? Thanks for the bits, man. I've been working on it since the prompt list dropped on April 15th. Oh, okay. So you're working ahead. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I want to drop the prompt list for October this year, a month early, like September, so people can literally do just that, work ahead. Look, if you want to work ahead on a challenge like that, I don't think there's any problem with that. If it gets more people doing it, like, is it in the spirit of the challenge? I don't know. It depends on the challenge, but I think having that list available ahead of time is definitely better for challenge engagement. And if you're wanting people to draw and get out there and make art, I think that's way better. So that's pretty good, man. I'm proud of you, Maggie. That's awesome. You're such a diligent artist. I'm so impressed. Love trades, right? Thanks for the bits, guys. I appreciate it. No audio. At work 3 hours early. Oh no. Oh no. Poor Azalea. For Azalea. Thanks for luck, Azalea. It was such a double-edged sword because I loved my time there, but that was within the classes that were just extras, like sound design, had nothing to do with what I was actually working towards, 2D, 3D character design, animation. How do we feel about video game design schools that have those extra things to it? Because in my opinion, if you want to actually get a good art education, you specialize. You can be generalized in some visual communication regards between graphic design or 3D a little bit, but once you start getting into other sort of fields like that, kind of the abstract of sound design or whatever, or like level design, things like that. And I hear that from a lot of these like air quote video game design courses, which I don't want to shit on them without knowing too much about them, but people have brought up and spoken very highly of video game design schools, and I could be out of the loop entirely, which is why I've never like made a judgment on it, but just the last time I heard about them, which is about 10 or so years ago, they were all basically universal shit. No, there wasn't anytime someone said, I'm going to video game design school, you were like, oh, sweetheart, no, you fucked up, right? And I don't know, I don't know if that's still a standard you can sort of like look for when it comes to art schools, whereas to how specialized are you versus how generalized in like subjects are you being approached with, because that's not a good sign in my opinion. You know, because like course lists, I mean, I could tell you, I could read you my 4th year courses from my art school, which are very focused. Let me tell you about my courses for 4th year semester 1.
Proposal
yes.
To doing the Bionicle Law stream before reaching partner.
Okay.
If you do it before, then it won't be as big a thing and will fade faster, whereas if it is the big celebration stream, it would be forever ingrained into your identity on the platform.
God, no.
Even just slightly.
No, because I do it late at night when nobody's watching anymore, and I'm just trying to burn hours off the subathon. Good try, entities. So my 4th year courses involved animation, figure illustration, narrative illustration. That was semester 1. Semester 2 was character design, children's book, which that sucked and we did something completely different. Digital production, environments, figure 2, and a portfolio thing. Yeah, for children's book, we treated it as a concept design course, because that's what it's supposed to be. It was supposed to be concept design, but it was branded as a children's book course, and we took a lower letter grade to do it as a concept course, which is funny.
I simply cannot wait for the Bionicle Law stream.
God damn it. Hey, listen, I promise, Maggie, me too, right? Look, I said on my partners, when I get partnered on Twitch, I am doing a subathon. I'll be live for a long time, and you guys can add whatever you want to that fucking subathon list. And I've already approved of the Bionicle lore stream, so hey, man, you know, like, let's fucking get cracking, bro. You guys want to see that shit? Let's get some nepotistic fucking Twitch staff love in here, right? Hey, let's get a move on, right? I'll be there, yeah. Early in the morning for you, yes. The game schools are a great idea, and my understanding don't do very much aside from getting you to understand the pipeline of game production. Yeah. It's like too generalized. I mean, are they good now? Do people go to a air quote game design degree school and then go on to make video games like in the industry at a high level? Is that a thing that happens? Because yeah, like I said, about 10 years ago, that was like basically if you went to a game design school, that was you were not going to get anywhere, and you didn't hear any success stories out of that. And it was actually kind of a blacklist thing. You know, there were certain like university names that I've heard people bring up recently that art directors behind the scenes I have heard kind of scoff at and say, if I see that on an application, I immediately turn it down. I don't even look at their portfolio. And you're like, why? And they're like, because the damage that they did to that student at that school was too much. It's kind of like, I remember that there was a place that my brother worked for a part-time job when he was a teenager, and he didn't realize it was such a terrible place to work that it was a blacklist on future resumes for other jobs. And so when I was going for my like first part-time jobs and stuff as a teenager, my parents were like, you absolutely can't work here, because if you work here for even a little while, people are gonna not hire you in other like places. And I was like, but they haven't even met me yet. What if I'm lovely? And they're like, they don't care. They have like 100 applicants or whatever for a job. If they just like, they have to weed out the people somehow. And so from what I understand, or what a couple of years ago anyway, it was very true that air quote game design degrees were absolutely that. I don't know if it's better or if people are just sucking copium and it's still bad, or if it actually is better, you know? Elden Ring speedrun its second goal. I've never played Elden Ring, so if you guys want to add Elden Ring to that, go for it. You guys got to maintain this list somewhere else, because I'm absolutely not going to. My friend went to school for game design. He works in Amazon warehouse, but to be frank, the game field right now is rough for employment. I don't mean to sound crass or like unempathetic, but the game field was always competitive, in my opinion.
I need you guys to know how inept I am. I am rushing to get ready for work and shook my meal replacement shake when it was open. And it got all in my freshly clean hair.
Oh, Maggie. Oh, God. I've done that. Oh, man. Hashtag pray for Maggie. That's thanks for 100 bits, Maggie. I'm so sorry. Nothing a little dry shampoo can't fix. Oh God. Good luck, Maggie. I don't know the fix. I don't know the solution besides just well wishes and you know, man, I wish I could be encouraging. I didn't want to agree and be like, that's pretty fucking inept. I wanted to say something like, oh, hey, no, we all do that. But that's just a shitty situation. So good luck, Maggie. That's fucking rough. Ducked my head under the sink. All right, close enough. Yep, that's a good middle ground. Let's go, dude. There's a boom just before during the pandemic, but now in short, it's fucking you get looked down on, get art degree or business, and do the game design. Right. The thing I always hear is that they only care about portfolios and couldn't care less about your degrees. Well, to a certain extent, there are certain places where having a degree from a certain school or institution can negatively affect you, but having a degree from a good institution doesn't positively affect you unless it's a prestige institute like Art Center. So if you have a degree from any art school around the country that isn't black, like have a black mark on it, basically, they don't care where you came from, but they will take note if you have an Art Center of LA degree, right? Or there's some like, you know, European schools that are also pretty big. But you're all right, it is mostly portfolio. But you don't even need a degree for a lot of studios. They don't even care if you have a degree. What they care about more is that you have experience on shipping titles. You can be a great artist, but if you can't handle pressure, they don't fucking want you. That's why a lot of these entry-level positions at big studios that you want to go to are more along the lines of you must have they don't just say experience, they also say you must have shipped titles. That's why internships at big studios is the best way to get into them. So like Blizzard has aggressively run internship programs for fresh art students that are awesome, that are all portfolio based, because they're bringing people in to figure out if they're stupid or not. Because you can be good at art, but if you don't know how to manage yourself in a game environment or whatever, yeah, they don't want you, obviously. And so it's one of those things, you know, that's kind of like, well, what's the, you know, what's the real way to get into a good job in the games industry? Unfortunately, it is in some ways, like you said, just being really unbelievably good at what you do, you know? That was kind of my plan for when I first started streaming, and I was trying to get my skills back up, my portfolio back up to be able to get that dream job I always wanted. Because when I was young and I had the opportunity for those kind of internships and employment, like kind of entry-level things, I didn't take them because I didn't want to move. at the time, like things just didn't work out for moving, and I just refused to leave Ella and move like to Anaheim or LA or Montreal or Vancouver. I refused to move and leave Ella alone at that time. So I missed out on those opportunities. So the only way to get into the games industry, if you don't go through those opportunities and like go through the kind of like indie game pipeline, is to just be unbelievably good, which is what my plan was. And when I finally got sort of given or offered an opportunity, I didn't take it because I wanted to do this instead. That was an important day for me, man. That was a big fucking day. And I think people come to me, meal replacement shake lady, for guidance, SMH. Jeez, right? If they only knew how the sausage was made, Maggie. What do you mean? You're incredibly wise, Maggie. I'm sure you're fantastic at what you do. Meal replacement shake hair lady. Yes, that's right. Well, if you guys need any inspiration in your life, you can also go follow meal replacement shake hair lady on twitch.tv/Maggie. Let's go. I could DM you the shitty school I went to. They've gone so downhill since I left. They've cut so many classes and merged a ton of other courses. I'm so curious because I probably like either know it or have no fucking clue. Send me the tea. If it's a big school, I'm gonna fucking keck. Look back, Soul. Talking about art schools, I have a certificate from the place I went to, but it's a deal with a UK college where you can go there, get a master's degree, 2 more years of study. Ooh, yeah. I was going to do that. There was like a master's program in concept design and world design, stuff like that, that I could have gone to in Vancouver, that a bunch of my fellow students went to and did very well in. The problem is a lot of the guys that did that don't have jobs in the games industry, and a lot of the guys that just went straight into a studio like from art school have like senior positions now. It's in your DMs. All right, what school is this? Interesting. Huh. Okay, well, I guess you can't go to any school and get a good, you know, if it seems like a decent school, you probably, oh man, that's, oh God. Danger. All right, well, it's a dangerous world out there, I guess, you know. Didn't go with a master's degree. A friend of mine did it, got his degree, but yeah, he's not in the animation industry anymore. Ooh, ouch. Damn, bro. Chat with my smart friend who's working on his doctorate studying quantum computing and quantum mechanics. Damn, bro. He's still in school. Dude, I had a friend that I went to junior high with that just graduated last year. He finally finished his schooling last year. He's a brain surgeon. He was in school for like 18 years. 21K down the drain for a year wasted. That's insane that that's how much that cost. That is unbelievable. Well, I I'm really these new steel-toed boots I got for work this year are already falling apart. God's production value has gone so far. It's fucking insane. My last pair survived 6 years of hard use. Time to spend more money on it. That's what that means, Mr. Pixel. Can't spend a little money on something, must spend all money on something. That's what they want. Sorry, man. This is your doing. This is your fault for not thinking that you should spend more money on the thing that you expected to be good in quality. Shit. It's more than the 4.5 years that my school cost me. Yeah, I mean, my school in total was probably 40,000, I think. But that was also... Now, listen, I went to school pre-COVID, so listen, that... Which isn't a lie to say I went to school pre-COVID. Prehistoric, more like, but still technically pre-COVID. you know. But 7 years off with industry experience. Too bad the industry doesn't care about the 7 years of experience and will only see me as junior level if I try to apply for anything else that I'm fully capable of and qualified to do. That's tragic, man. Yeah. No housing either, no dorms, so I had to get an apartment too, plus my own MacBook because they're the standard according to school. Yeah, so when I was in art school too, we got given that material list as well. So that was really awful. In first year, you have to do a whole bunch of general courses. In second year, that's when you specialize and get accepted into the program that I was in. And they're like, congratulations, you were one of the few who got accepted. I'm like, wow, I'm so excited. They're like, we're happy to have you. You should be honored to be here. I'm like, I understand this is an important and prestigious program. Thank you very much. And they said, yes. Now, here's $7,000 of materials you have to buy. I'm like, what? Yep. $7,000. You need to buy a laptop, Adobe Master Collection. You need to buy a tablet. You need to buy a bunch of paint and standard and traditional material, a portfolio case. Is $7,000. Welcome to the second year. In addition to tuition, it's $7,000. Get dumpstered, kid. So yeah, I understand that. You could use a non-Mac, but the problem is you have to sign a waiver that basically says the school doesn't know how to teach you. And if they feel the need to fail you, they will. And I knew two girls that did that didn't use MacBooks or Mac whatever OS in art school, and they both one of them got dumpstered on, and it wasn't because of the MacBook, and the other did fine. So could have used a PC, could have used Windows, could have whatever, would have been fine, I guess. But yeah, I did not. I still have my MacBook Pro. I had a MacBook Pro 17-inch because I was the shit. Because my parents liked me. Unlike Chris, whose parents were way richer, but clearly didn't like him because they didn't help him get a 17-inch MacBook Pro. What a poor guy, right? God. Stinks of poverty if you have a small laptop. Ugh. Ugh. Am I right? That cost tracks. My 2 years master's degree cost me close to $50K, and it was one's on the super affordable time. Yeah, I mean, so like art center tuition, like what's the best art school in North America cost you? Art Center of LA tuition cost. It is $26,000 per term. So that is US. So it's 210-ish thousand US to get an art center of LA. Degree. Yeah. Now, are you guaranteed a job? No. Are you at the higher end of things if you go to art center? If you're good enough, man, I don't fucking know. Jeez, man, that's something. 200 grand, man. It's a lot. Who got dumpstered on? Just one of my friends in art school. She wasn't using a Mac, but it wasn't why. So trying to remember if the reason why she got sort of held back and had to like redo courses and shit was because if she had a PC or not a Mac, but I just remembered it wasn't anything to do with that. It was personal stuff for her. So the school I went to was very, very unforgiving. Didn't matter what was happening in your life. Like I had a flood in my house that destroyed my Mac, and they still failed me on a project because I couldn't deliver it. The flood happened literally the night before my project, and the instructor still failed me on it. So
Eldorado Nation of the day. Back to work I go.
Thank you, Mr.
Have a
Pixel.
good stream leader. Be well and praise.
Thanks,
the
dude.
old man will ponder
Appreciate
and
it. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. I think I've heard anyone suggest art center as a smart thing to do. Well, I mean, if you have the money, I think it's almost a guarantee. If you're decent and you have the money, I think art center is a guaranteed. Like a lot of the best artists of the last 40 years, let's just say, in film production, video games, those kind of things, have gone to art center. Like a staggering amount of them. You hear names and you hear graduates and you hear and it's like a lot. A lot of it has to do with the connections that you get out of it. So if you're gonna use that, I guess, and you know how to do that whole thing, like, there's like some pretty big alumni from Art Center. Especially for like film. Yeah, like Zack Snyder, Michael Bay, Drew Struzan's a big one, Mike Shinoda. Right? There's a lot of big artists. Now obviously you're not guaranteed success for it, but like you are guaranteed a good education, which is sometimes an issue with art schools, is that you don't necessarily know if you're going to be guaranteed a good education. Like poor Aya. Gotta go now. Thanks for talking art school with me. I have a great stream. Be good. Take care of yourself, my friend. Be good. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I mean, it's like anything, I guess. It's worth if you have the money. You're decent is probably a good start, just about anything, anywhere. It is, but the issue is, I think a bad art school and a bad art education can take a decent artist and turn them into a mediocre one. Bad habits are definitely a thing that are a risk with artists, and I don't know. I've seen a lot of really good artists sort of fall to the curb for various reasons. Like, I want to zoom in on this thing, like shrink my frame a bit, you know? Is that a bad idea? It might be a bad idea. Oh, god damn it. I forgot Eunice Chu was right there. Stupid dog. We need to add in some more of these like little ring elements here, as well as the carvings on these two walls are actually going to be very important. So I need to think about that. Think it helped your framing and mentality around deadlines, or was it needlessly unwavering? The art school? It definitely helped, but it was more unforgiving than it needed to be. It's like they could have had it be about 80% as hardcore, but the problem is that it stepped over the line in a lot of cases for deadlines, and it burnt out a lot of students. So you could have gotten the message across more effectively with a little bit of more leniency, but definitely it did more good than not. Give me 1 second. And I'm back. I see you, Garthen. What's up, bro? There's one kid in my art school who played stuff like Counter-Strike all through the chorus lectures. He ended up getting failed and kicked from school. The kid wasn't taking it any of it seriously, and wasn't even like he was the best in the class either, just zero care for the course. Yeah, you know, honestly, I was a really bad student for a lot of the art school, my art school education. I didn't get out as much as I could have, and I was a really bad student. Looking back, I give myself a little more grace, and I'm not as hard on myself as maybe I used to be, because I had a really tough run during art school. So for me, graduating was not about like necessarily like thriving, succeeding, all that kind of stuff. Graduating in a lot of ways for me was simply about survival and getting through it. So that was kind of a thing that I had to deal with and figure out. But I was, yeah, I mean, like I watched a lot of anime in my first like 2 years at school. I just would do my work, like speedrun it at the end of the day or whatever. So I was a pretty bad student for a lot of my time there. And, you know, for good reasons though. I had a really, really, really fucking tough time during that time. I try not to think about it too often, but anyway, but yeah, man, it's so much like you get in what you put, or you get out what you put in. And I had a friend tell me that. I had my friend Chris tell me that on a number of occasions during school, and that was kind of sucked because like I knew he like kind of wanted to see me succeed, but it was also kind of like I don't know. But it's so true, you know, if you're not serious about it. Financially incentivized to fail and repeat classes. No, I think it was more about legacy and sort of like they wanted to turn out the best students. They wanted to have like a high standard. And so if you weren't taking it seriously, and if you weren't, because the problem is you couldn't always repeat your classes. Sometimes if you failed out and there wasn't room in the year behind you, get fucked. That's just the way it was. So, yeah, no, there was definitely that kind of thing happening. I think it was more about the legacy and about we only want like the highest end graduates, whatever, from our program. It's so prestigious and difficult and whatever, man. And like, I guess, okay, sure, fair enough. That's the way a lot of schools seem to operate. I don't think that there wasn't, I don't know. There's probably always some of that with arts, with any school, right? Is the financial incentivization, but it didn't feel like that overtly, you know? I don't know. Listening while drying to work. Very clever, Maggie. Very clever. Pop open the sunroof, I guess, and just... I definitely wish that I had my life together a little bit better at the time, because I had everything, man. I was the best artist anyone knew. And when I got to art school, I got my ass kicked over and over again. I got beat to shit by art school and by life during that time. A very, very rough time of it. So now on days that I have that are like struggles, I'm kind of like, well, you know, if you did that, you can, with those problems, you can probably get through whatever you're doing right now, you know? But I definitely was burnt to a crisp when I finished art school. I was definitely a little tired, a little worn down, let's just say. I could not I couldn't like get up and like move immediately after. I need to give myself a couple years to chill out. I wish I didn't give myself so long. I wish I had given myself like only a year or two and to chill, not like 4 or 5 or longer maybe. I don't know what it was when I first started to kind of get back up and say, all right, time to get on with my life, you know? All right, perspective. We need to fix that on this wall. It's hard in hindsight to figure out like what you should have done differently at any given time in your life. Sometimes it's unproductive to like go back in there and really think it through too much, I think. What's done is done kind of thing, you know? Maybe reflection's always useful. Okay, this, man, I don't know what to do for this carving, because this carving is going to be really important. Interview with Larry Elmore, he said, started out going in the army and ran officer, and an officer noticed he would draw in his spare time, was really good. So I promoted and moved him making drawings for army manuals. That's cool. Yeah, for a little while, I entertained the idea of trying to join the Canadian Armed Forces as some sort of like a graphic designer, communicator specialist or whatever. Because they need that. They need people to do drawing and design and things like that, to make videos and to do like creative stuff for the branch. I thought about that for a while, to be honest. I considered it very much. Specifically through the Royal Canadian Air Force. They had like some openings and positions like that. I thought about it. Never acted upon it though. Okay. Maybe I'll just keep avoiding this. So there's two problems to solve here. One is the runes on the wall are important. The second are, I don't know if having open sky here is a good idea. I think it's better to have sort of more tree line. Maybe if I do like a little kind of like implied kind of coverage, sort of like around the area, that's fine. Because the problem is, ultimately you fly to the island, you don't fly to the ruins. The ruins are kind of secluded. They're kind of hidden. But I feel if I try and make that too like busy in the sketch, it'll just look kind of overwhelming and not good. So that's a problem. That's an issue we gotta deal with here. Caterpillar could use new graphic designer for their maintenance manuals, because what they have now is shit. Damn, bro. The Caterpillar slander. Who would have thought we get that on this stream? What do we do here? Because ultimately there needs to be a good reason as to why the players don't just land at the rune site, why they have to go like walk through the jungle. And this is actually a bigger issue for the Shadowed Sea in general. Why would you ever have adventures where you need to go find something on an island that you wouldn't just like fly around and look for? Just like land where you need to. There's a couple of narrative devices in there. There's like storms. Yeah, put it in a K. That's a good way of doing it too. Storms. There are areas that are like shrouded by canopy, so kind of like a cave, but just like that. That's sort of what I was intending for this. Was like it was too difficult. The jungle was too dense to search around above, but Zephyrin remembered the way on foot, so that's what you did, kind of thing. Or knows the way on foot or whatever. Maybe the druids left them a... Ooh, what if the druids left them a markers or whatever?
Hi, baby.
Or made a map or something. What's up, Guapo? Thanks for the sub, man. How you doing, bro? Thanks for 49 months. Jesus, dude. That's pretty insane, bro. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. How you doing, Guapo? God, it's a long ass time. So there's a lot of these like kind of good narrative reasons, but there isn't a good catch-all for it. I don't want to feel too much like a device, you know, that is like being forced in. Anti-air parrots, that's great. Arcane storms, ancient defense mechanisms against aerial travel, ancient magical wards, like I can't find a Candlekeep in the Sword Coast. Yeah, the storms are like kind of an interesting one because There are these like kind of like storm type things of like the rocks are floating around. It's too dangerous to fly through. So you have to like sort of get on the like on one of the like land chunks on the outside and then kind of like maneuver your way deeper into it. But this is just kind of an island that's overgrown. Maybe I do a map. It'd be the kind of thing where the jungle's too dense to fly over and see the runes from the sky. But if I say that, then I can't have exposed sky here on the actual fucking picture of the runes, can I? You have to draw it raining all the time, right? Genetic markings could give the clues they need while they walk. Yeah, some sort of like a spell that was left. Like Zephyrin has like some sort of a stone or something that he can activate or whatever that follows a pathway through the jungle. That would be really good. But again, then why wouldn't I have the runes covered or concealed then? And I don't really want to draw them covered or concealed right now. I guess I could. You know? Also flying kill birds that attack anything coming from above. Yeah. Who drew the map? It'd be one of the druids that Luna paid off to like extra dangerify the area. The actual reference of a canopy. Like up my computer right now? No. Signs with arrows, yeah. Runes that way. What's the device I want to use here to hide our, conceal our runes? Well, if I zoomed right the fuck in, then I can have them be, I don't need to draw any of that stuff, which means that I don't have to stress too much about, God, I've already done so much work on them on the outside. If I zoomed right the fuck in, like this. It's still an issue, isn't it? Yeah. Because the problem with these concept sketches is trying to layer too much information gets lost in it unless you're painting it. So I paint it is not an issue. Capitalism, that's the device. College or guild doesn't want to lose their flying machines to floating rock wrecking the hall. Yeah, right? In terms for high jungle canopy, you can just have the trunks of trees, vines, and cast shadows into the rocks. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that if it fades off into a dense jungle and you have sort of the like tree trunks and stuff, you're still grappling with the issue of having there being sort of like large like silhouettes of things and then something behind it that it can't quite fade out of. If it's kind of like mist or something that you're looking into, or a sky or cloud or whatever, this style works. But when you want to have like actual sort of like layers of, because initially I was planning on this being up against a large chunk of like rock, so there'd be basically a large rock face behind it, you know. But even then, rendering that out is like, it gets pretty messy from what I've what the fuck just happened here? The keyboard went haywire. What the fuck was that? Alright, anyway. It's a stylistic issue more than anything else. Trying to figure out how to work within the style. The style is better suited for individual items than scenes. So if my frame was this, that would be okay. But since I'm zoomed back and I'm doing more of an illustration like this, it's harder with this kind of like sketch environment style thingy. Mist could work, yeah. Yeah, mist could work. Eternal Abyssal Mist. Yeah, the miasma from Inuyasha. That's what it is. It's Inuyasha-ian miasma. I could just keep going and then just like figure it out later too. That's also definitely a... I kind of just want to figure out some stuff for the background. If I can, to try and like just help like visualize it in my own brain as to how it's going to look. Because I don't want to hit a wall where I have to like, you know, go in and could also definitely just paint it, but I didn't want to for this. I wanted the effect of it being a sketched drawing. Color would be good because it would help separate things as far as the Eldari monolith versus the Eldarian runes. You know, crop it. Yeah, if I crop it though too much, then I lose the ring, and that's supposed to be a big part of it. Because yeah, I mean, I could just zoom in super hard right here, and then it's not a problem at all. But if I don't have the ring, there's a little bit of zooming that can be done. You know, there's like some of this front detail doesn't need to be there. But the problem is, when I tried that just a minute ago, it didn't really... It made it better, but it didn't solve the solution. So it'd be easier to do it like this. But still, we have the issue of way too much kind of like information or open space in the background. So that's why I'm kind of keeping it zoomed out, is because I have to figure out a solution that has to work regardless of the cropping for this size. If I was cropping it just so that you were seeing like inside the runes right here, then that'd totally be fine. Wonder how to sketch like a rock face or something behind it, if that'd be too unreasonable. Or just the light silhouette of... I mean, I could use line weight to really push this forward and try that. And see if it helps. I could use some fill layers to sort of put in some foreground, background distinction. Do not draw the canopy, only mention it in your write-up. We can imagine the art. Yeah, the issue is that sometimes I feel like... if the art, it contradicts the write-up in any way, people have this like sense of kind of like they can't, like, I don't know, it like prevents them from getting into it like pulls them out of it in a way that I don't like. The power of imagination can be overridden by bad art. This is not the greatest solution that I found. Because yeah, you could just do this very easy little concept sketch here and then say like, oh yeah, there's a thick canopy, this is just the runes inside of it. Like, you know, here you go. You know my players, they won't notice, you think? Okay. That might be true, actually. Some groups, anyway. What's up, Bob? I don't think it has to be super hidden, at least from our session. It seemed like the island was not highly looked at or investigated. Ignorance can be as good as a canopy. The problem, Guapos, is the inherent issue of why wouldn't you just, if the rune was easy to access, why wouldn't you fly directly to the rune? Because I really want the jungle crawl of you going through the jungle to the runes. Because it's a small enough ship. If it's a bigger ship, you could say, oh, you can't land at the rune site, so you just land in a you know, where it's easy to get access to and then wander your way in. But that's not gonna work for a lot of groups. A lot of people, this is the kind of thing that narratively it has to be like a little bit more solid than this. Obviously, I don't think that narratively everything needs to be rock solid, because there's always gonna be someone that has a inability to suspend some disbelief and like actually have fun in the game. That's fine, you know, nerds be nerds, but it needs to be a little bit more solid than this. I need to convince myself, I guess, on it. The guild's focused on other endeavors right now. They have their hands full. Needy parties do be trying to literal thinking. Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of like the idea of it like hidden in the jungle, and there's like trees and vines hanging down and stuff like that. Some real Endor shit. Rainforest canopy, like Taco was saying. Bamboo and overrun fey strangeness. I do describe it as having a slightly fey. You're stuck with a jungle canopy hiding it. Yeah, and I like that solution. I'm just trying to figure out how to draw it. Because the second you start doing things like doing these like large sort of like tree trunk like things in the background, then you have to really like separate out your background, because to try and like separate the tree trunks from an additional layer of background in any way, well, now you're kind of like shrouding and cluttering it, and it gets too detailed, too busy. We saw this the other day when I was doing the like Storm Island thingy, and it didn't look good. It didn't really work because there's too many layers of things. Why can we see it? I don't know. It's crazy, man. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Why didn't we see it? Yeah, man, that's crazy, right? There's some fey shit down there or whatever, bro. I don't want to just have to like sort of like wimp out on the challenge and just zoom in on it a lot. The druids were paid to hide it. So that's the thing. The druids were paid to hide it specifically. So there could be some fey illusion shit going on there, man. You know? There definitely could be. Then you'd have this nice, like, clear, open sky. Because, like, on the undersketch, I had, like, these clouds in the background. That's kind of the way it looked. So what I could do is I could have the, like, the kind of the illusion of this, like, sort of, like, lower tree line canopy around here that doesn't interrupt too much, and it kind of, like, comes down around like this, and it's a bit messy. It's a bit uncomfortable for a little while, but it doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't completely destroy the piece, more or less. It's around the center composition, and around the edges you can fade in the trees. Yeah, I don't really know how to do that in this sketch style. That's the problem, is that kind of an application I wouldn't really know how to do it because you need to sort of like literally outline things in the sketch style. That's why clouds are so like specifically designed. Zooming in could help a little bit, but ultimately we have the issue of trying to get this, I think maybe like in some ways just applying a thicker like outline to it is gonna solve the problem. But I think what I'll do is I'll just put it off a little bit, and if I have to kind of figure out a different reason or whatever, or kind of phone it in a little bit, that's not the end of the world. Not gonna lose too much sleep over it. I just really wanted to have a good solution early on so that I could kind of buy into it right now, you know? Stipple? Wonder how that'd look with this though, with the hatching. To kind of use that as to create a texture. The illusion is about to fade, and they don't have the manpower to reapply it. Ooh. Ooh. The druids told them their time is up. That's kind of a good idea, actually. I like that, too. Yeah, I mean, one of the unintended consequences of air travel is that it does make the problem of land exploration kind of like a moot point in some cases. definitely you have to think about more like caving, delving, that kind of thing, which isn't bad, but that's like more than you lead into. You need to take more cues from science fiction at that point in time, and sci-fi is a lot of that kind of cave delving. You go into the structure and underground there is this large runic whatever thing, you know. So everyone has to get there now before the evil Lord Ashton and his Sylvan Guard get there first. Yeah, right. Well, right now, the Ashton and the rest of the society, they just don't know that there's anything worthwhile here, and they will do a proper survey on this on this island at some point in time. But it's just a matter of like Zephyr managed to like delay them by telling them there is no rune site of interest there. Basically, there's no structures of intrigue or anything worth exploring, and the fact that it was so dense and dangerous made it like really unappealing. So they didn't get a chance to look too hard, I guess. The druids tell them that. Why couldn't they just also tell them the direction, help them land there? Yeah, there's that, I guess. I don't think there's a narrative solution for an artistic problem here right now. I think I just need to figure it out. You know? I just need to figure out some better line weight, or I just paint it. I just paint it out. I just paint it. I'm just not worry about it. Not make an issue. Just fucking paint it. I just really wanted it to be a sketch for this piece. I had it really in my mind that it would be a sketch. But you know, hey, this might actually help. If the Eldari runestone has a fill layer on it, that might be a good solution. So our runestone will be pushed forward simply by a value shift, which is, it means that I have to apply more value to this whole thing as opposed to leaving it just a sketch, but like I could do that. And like this is like a black obsidian runestone, so it kind of makes sense too in some ways, some small ways. So we could try it and then see if some trees and stuff in the background look okay. They have to follow the druidic markings. Django Pet style, yeah. Well, there is a betrayal at some point in time. I mean, how do you think the consortium... I've said too much. I've said too much. Oh no. Yeah, and then if there's like indications of trees and things behind them. Or something along those lines. You know, large roots and whatever. Might be a little bit better like that. Might still be a bit problematic. But this will help. Things will slowly get there. We'll arrive at a solution that works. I'm not entirely convinced that we've gotten there yet, but very least I just created a convenient selection layer for myself to hatch in texture on this runestone, so let's go, dude. Definitely one of the weaknesses of this sketch style for like landscapes, because like even if you look at like the Book of Cain, which is sort of like one of the earliest inspirations for doing immersive sketching, A lot of it is still painted in, hey? In some small way. For landscapes. To kind of handle it by painting. And I've never figured out how to properly do that style of sort of like painting and have it look good. Could be the time to learn, I guess, but a lot of these like things with sort of backgrounds in them, it's mostly just like a figure and not really much going on in the background. Unless I do really like stretch into this like ink style, but then there's just so much more painting going on that than I'm doing my sketches. So it's kind of, it was an inspiration, but ultimately not where I wanted to be, obviously, right? Something like this is a little bit more, a little bit closer to where I wanted for my work. Could just get messy. I mean, even like the artist uses like very thick outlines for the foreground here to separate things. The midground to background. There's a pretty deep separation there with some of these lines. And value. I would have to take more of an ink wash painting style to it, and the last time I tried that, it didn't really work out. Like, this is much more just like kind of, this is also early concept art for Diablo. This is like, I think it's a Metzen piece, actually. If I'm not mistaken. Landscapes, eh? Seeing the biggest weakness was fire damage. You'd absolutely be right, Ashy. You'd assume correct as usual. What's up, Ashy? Hello. How you doing? Ashy always knows best. Should have listened to her from the beginning. Damn it. Yeah, well, we'll keep rendering out the foreground, see how it looks. Maybe zoom slightly, I guess. I'm not losing too much of anything. It might push it and make it look a little, feel a little more secluded than that way as well. Yeah, I think so. It still looks like okay on the recording, I think. Still pretty centered. The recording's also not that important either. I'm not, you know, the use for this is like not for a TikTok video. Even though that's important. Finally not sick, my energy is just in the dumpster. Damn, I'm sorry, Ashy. It's good that you're feeling better though, finally. Trying to decide which Balrog TBK you guys with on Thursday. Ooh. Well, let me know when I eventually need to fail my fucking wisdom save. And get mind controlled by my evil sword waifu. Yeah, that's the oof. After my the bath or the onsen episode where the party desperately tries to conceal Andy's true identity from me. We get to LARP or RP the Infinite Stratos LARP, as it were. Poor Ulner. Poor Andy, Jesus. The type of trees might also affect it too. Like maybe the palm trees are not doing a good job here. Maybe there's also a case to be made for hiding and concealing more of the foreground too, and having it look like you're sort of looking through the trees, and sort of, you know, a good way of doing that would be also to have the foreground be super dense too, so that you kind of like aren't seeing a complete picture here. You're sort of like kind of looking through a window at whatever it is you're looking at. But we're a little bit past that point compositionally, I think. Which, like, it's framed to be too open. It's kind of an effect. You can't just like slap something on top of the foreground and have it be good like that. Maybe like one small, like, cool, like, bamboo shoot there, whatever type thing would be really rad, and I think would really benefit it. But I don't think that would really work for the, like, pushing the entire thing back. Man, I'm at a loss, bro. I like to have this stuff figured out before I stream. Well, let me do it this way. I know there are certain things I need to do, like fill in our value thingy here. And maybe the solution will reveal itself to me as we keep going. It's often the way it goes. So, I'm going to trust the process right now. Trust the hands. I used to tell myself that all the time. Trust your hands. Whenever there was a problem I didn't know how to do, or how to like get past whatever when it comes to art, I'd always say trust your hands, because your hands know better than you do. That's the whole point in improving at art. Is that your hands are a reflection of the subconscious learning that you do. And your hands know the way better than you than your like overthinking brain does. Just gotta let go, man. Oh, am I still on the... No, okay. That was on the wrong layer, bro.
At Evan Blair Art, I made a mistake.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
I am starting a once-a-month game for my girlfriend and some friends.
Oh, no.
I jokingly
Wait, why is
asked
the mistake?
them if they wanted to be truck-cunned into the world.
Oh, no.
They all said yes, and all asked for an epic or tragic death before being isekai. Into Crin. This is gonna be fun.
Okay, that's pretty good. Do you have any ideas, Azalea? Because I was that's hilarious. Thank you for 100 bits. I was watching a summary from Giguk about the anime this season, because I was trying to figure out if I was gonna take the plunge and try and watch anime again this year, and he was talking about how the isekais are now so much more hardcore, that Truck-kun isn't the main sort of protagonist of isekais any longer, that it's now like salaryman's wife cheats on him, finds out his daughter wasn't even his, leaves him for his boss, daughter says that she hates him, gets sick, dies tragically alone to be reborn in another world. That it isn't just getting isekai'd by a fucking truck anymore, you know? Which is funny. It is funny ultimately, I guess. But you're right. We didn't know how good we had it. Yeah, I need to isekai my players when I do the VTuber game. So I need some ideas if you think of any good ones. Jesus Christ, that was your 50k bit badge? Holy fuck! Damn it! I just sent your shit. Oh god. Well, Azalea, congratulations on the Ruby Crumb. That's fucking ridiculous. You crazed individual. Good god, dude. Holy shit, Azalea. Let me add that shit to Discord. What the fuck? That's actually kind of hilarious that that's where it happened.
Some options. So far,
wait, where is it?
Slowly dying in a coma. God save he won't wake up. Second one was killed taking a poisoned arrow meant for his sultana. The third got brutally slaughtered with her adventure patty by a chimera.
Oh my god. Okay. So this isn't modern day. Okay, good. I was worried that this is some modern day shit. Oh god. That sounds hilarious. I'm impressed, Azalea. I'm impressed. That's fucking sick. Jeez, man, what a way, what a message to get your 50k bit badge on. Holy shit! I clicked the go live button and I got stuck by lightning, and now I'm trapped in my Twitch servers. At least I have my VTuber cheat skills when I collab across the platform in another world. Is like the moral of the story going to be a bunch of VTubers? See, Yuna's mad. Likelihood there's a bear at the front door. Ella's not shutting her up, so maybe. Okay. Alright. You never know when there's a wild animal just like crunching through your fucking yard. Yeah. You hear Ella try to calm her down. I don't know what the fuck Yuna just heard or saw, but anyway. Yeah, is that the true, like, the true kind of like goal for the VTuber game, is that they all realize that they can be friends, they don't have to just collab? Air quotes.
The Coma one is a random guy named Jim who is a gamer and otaku who worked at Best Buy.
Okay, never mind.
With no actual future prospects.
Okay.
He is now a dragonborn paladin.
Okay, so at least there's one in there. Is there a villainous? Please tell me you have a villainous in there. 600 bits. The bear would like to know if you've heard the message of his Lord and Savior, Smokey. Ooh. My Twitch brain is so cooked. I initially read that as Smorky, like the fucking bear was like a Twitch Andy or whatever. That's okay, man. I've been live too long. I've just been streaming too many days apparently. What are my stream hours this year? At what point this year do I have more stream hours than I did all of last year? That's my real question. Is you want a genuine easy autograph? Yeah. He's got a parasocial relationship with Yuna. He thought he could use her to get to me. Fucking bear, man. I'm like the soda poppin' of Canadian artists on Twitch streaming D&D Art.
A modified version of Dragonlance.
Dragonlance, okay.
Dragon Queen. Gonna space things out and add some homebrew side quest and story arcs and whatnot.
How long is Dragonlance supposed to be? Or Shadow of the Dragon Queen? How long is it supposed to be? Because isn't that already a substantial story, Shadow of the Dragon Queen? Or am I mistaken here? I've been learning more about pre-written adventures as I've been writing Horizon, so thanks for the bits, Azalea. I appreciate that. Was this campaign like a serious endeavor, or are we just chilling for a little while? Soda Poppin', so when are you getting pink hair then? Dude, I got a picture with Soda Poppin' with pink hair, unintentionally though. He's in the background of a BlizzCon photo. The true gamer era. The true gamer era. Soda wanted nothing to do with people at BlizzCon the year that I saw him. Maybe I just caught him on a bad couple of times at the WoW stage or whatever. There were so many pros and like esports Andes and stuff at BlizzCon that just wanted nothing to do with people. I'm like, bro, you're BlizzCon. You're wandering around the BlizzCon hall streaming. What do you think's gonna happen? Not that I would ever like try and like, hey man, you're my favorite streamer. There's only one streamer that I've ever like gone up to or approached, and it's because the timing was like right. Like they were streaming and they said, hey, if you see me, come say hi. And it was XQC's ex-girlfriend, Adept. Ella used to watch Adept all the time back in the before times, before Adept had her drama with XQC. And Ella would watch her stream, and she watched the like podcast Adept was on and stuff. And I'll be honest, Adept was unbelievably nice. She was so unbelievably sweet. It was ridiculous. She sat there and she was like talking to us and asking us about like, oh man, it's so cool. You guys like watch my stream? Like what kind of games you play? Like she's talking to us, man. She's like hanging out. This is at BlizzCon. And we were like, hey, yeah, yeah, sorry to bug you. Just wanted a picture with, like, Ella got a picture with her. So she's sorry to, to bug you. It seems like, I don't want to take up too much of your time because, like, I know you and XQC are streaming. And she's like, Felix is fine. He can wait. Like, are you sure? She's like, yeah, he can wait. Yeah. No, I want to know about you guys. So she was really nice. We tried to, like, disengage and be like, hey, man, thanks for the picture. See you later. But no, she was really, really sweet. She was very nice. Whew, that drama though. How about that, man? People change, I guess. Whew. Golly. Sometimes you just don't know, eh? So, still a nice memory. She's very nice. For those of you who aren't terminally online Twitch viewers like me, Adept went absolutely apeshit crazy and tried to have this crazy, like, fucking trial thing, sued XQC. Like, it was crazy.
Long, stops around level 11, with a time frame of about 3 years overall.
Right.
But there are some time skip and whatnot. So I'm gonna fill in some of the time skips, and probably
I see.
Around level 15. Planned to hopefully be a serious
That's interesting,
with some whimsy and laughs here and there. But it is a once a month game for now.
Ooh,
we will see.
Once a month, man. That's tough. Good luck with that. Once a month is very difficult to manage, I think. But you know what's weird is it's harder to manage in a lot of ways. Thanks on bits, Zelia. Harder to manage, but I have heard people very successfully doing monthly games for a long period of time. It's like one of the ways that I feel like a lot of gamers are able to play Dungeons and Dragons over a long period of time sustainably by making it only once a month. It's like the commitment's a lot easier, even if there's like problems with like not being able to remember the story or whatever, or who knows. It still feels like people, I hear a lot of very successful games run monthly, which is great. Good for DMs and groups for figuring that scheduling boss out. Man, I do remember the days of playing D&D daily. There was the most D&D I've ever played in a compact period of time was with Dashto and Ella. There was a period of time where we were playing our Star Wars Saga Edition game, and the reason that Saga Edition game was so impactful to Ella and Dashto is I think because we played basically a 10-year long campaign in 3 years. There was one summer where Dashto was working, I forget what game team he was on, but he was working on a game team and it was like kind of in a chill phase or whatever, and he took a couple of weeks off or a month or so off or whatever, and I wasn't doing anything real with my time, and Ella had just like changed, like switched jobs or whatever, and she was like, she just left her old job and she was like trying to figure some shit out or whatever and had like a couple weeks off. And so we all lined up where Ella, Dashto, and I had nothing to do for around 3 weeks together. And it just, all of it converged at once. In that 3-week period, what is that, 21 days? I'm pretty sure we played at least 16 to 20 days of those 21 days. Might have been as few as a couple days off. It might have been as many as like 5 days off. But we played D&D like... For a good week and a half, we played D&D all day, every day for a week and a half. For 10 days or 11 days, somewhere around that. And we would play long. It was like get on at like, I don't know, 1 in the afternoon and play D&D until like 11 or 12 at night for like more than a week, man. And we got through so much. That's like a year's worth of D&D, if you think about it, for a lot of groups, right? Because we played probably two to 3 full sessions worth a day, right? 12 hours of D&D. Some groups only play for like 3 hours. So some people play for 12 hours a month, right? And we did that, had a month worth of D&D in one day for 12 days in a row, played a year's worth of D&D. I don't remember what the story was at the time. I don't remember where in the story it was. It might have been like... God, I don't know. Where were we in the story? Whatever. It was intense, you know?
Since our time frame is a little rough.
Okay.
Only 3 or so hours. My main game that I play
That's
in
decent.
is 8-hour session every Saturday.
God.
Lol.
That's brutal. Holy shit. How does it work though? I think so. What kind of breaks do you take during that time? What are we talking here? What kind of breaks are we looking at? What kind of timeline? What is that? 4 hours or 8 hours of like deep, serious direct play? Is that because like if Ashley, Ulner, Ella, and Vixie and I play for like 6 hours, like 5 hours, we'll probably play for D&D for 3 hours of those 5 hours. I think Ashley would like us to play a whole lot fucking more, but I think we get distracted and we just chill. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Alien, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. Thanks for chilling, dude. Appreciate you. So there is that. But full 8 hour, like that was, I should say, when Ella and Dash and I were playing those like 9-hour days, we were playing D&D for basically the entire fucking time. Chilling for a little bit, but mostly just playing, grinding out D&D. I remember it was so fun because Dashto said that he didn't want to ever play another game ever again. He's like, why would I ever play any game when I could play D&D? It's my favorite game of all time. Do you know what it's like to hear one of your players that you like introduced an RPG to say that? It was so fun, dude. I wish he had more time to play, but he's been MIA for a while. He's been doing a lot of shit, handling a lot of life recently. Hopefully get back into it. But that's like kind of the way Dashto works, and being his friend is like knowing that he'll go MIA for 2 years and then see you in 2 years and be like, hey, you want to see all this cool ass shit I did? And you're like, yeah. And then we'll just like play a lot of games or whatever. That was also during the time when we were also playing a lot of World of Warcraft together and other games. So like we played D&D for like 5 or 6 hours during that time, and like on a whatever weekday or whatever when we're all off, and then we'd get on with our friend Paper for evening World of Warcraft like Mythic Plus runs.
Breaks? What's a break? At most, if one of us has to step away to grab food or use the bathroom, they just do so, and we just have them become the silent person either back if there is a convo going on, or in combat. They tell the DM, my turn, I am doing this, be right back, so it's basically the full 8 hours. Well, 7.5 hours with half-hour recap at start.
That's a lot of DM time. Because I think that playing that long time is like... But then again, there's something that happens when you're DMing where you just have this like focus, this inherent focus that it like... I don't get tired during D&D ever when I'm playing, usually when I'm DMing, if I'm like DMing a lot, because you're active the whole time. But if I'm playing, I can get a little tired. And I remembered this when we were playing D&D the other night, and I had a really bad sleep last Thursday. And I felt myself like getting a little tired, like about 30 minutes into the game. And I was like, oh shit, okay, fuck, I gotta, you know. There was like other players were doing things and I was just like listening along. But I was never be able to take that much at one time. Yeah, that was some serious like stream training for me, you know, because I do remember I had a sore throat the entire time, and it did remind me when I first started streaming of that time, the way that I felt, because you know when you're talking for basically like 4 to 6 hours a day, every day for like, you know, the majority of the days of the week, it takes some time for your voice to adjust, and that's like a new streamer thing. A lot of people say like, I don't know how to get through that. And I did remember that the D&D time was very taxing.
The DM has a ton planned out.
So
he has been working on this world for 10 years.
That's cool.
He just changes names and alters events on the fly around the party's actions.
Okay. Still, it's a lot of managing, a lot of like talking and stuff to, you know, thanks some bits, Azalea. That's a lot of like just like interacting and being the center of it, like managing a group for that much time. I did 6 hours in 3 2-hour sessions last convention, and it did me in. Really? Well, yeah, I mean, I think you just get used to it, right? I asked a friend who she did a lot of like presentations and stuff for work, and so she was talking a lot, and I asked her, how do you like get your voice to get used to it? And she said, oh, you just, your voice just adjusts at some point in time. And it reminded me of a conversation I had with a customer at the game store I worked at, who he and another guy had just become teachers recently. and they were doing their first, like, I don't know what you call it, but their first like stint at a school. They got their like first jobs at a school together, and they both came in like the first Friday that school started, just complaining. They're like, I can't fucking talk, dude. I've been talking all week. Oh my god, what do I do? And they adjusted to it, I guess. They had all these like hacks of like tea and honey and whatnot. And I used to do that a lot. When early streams, I used to have 2 water bottles. One was water and the other was like a tumbler with tea with a ton of honey in it. So I drink tea with Earl Grey with honey to try and help my throat out. And I do that sometimes still in the winter when it's very dry. But normally just water is good enough for me now. Which is kind of funny. But yeah, I definitely sympathize with the, oh god, with the struggle. That would 100%, if you're not used to it, be way too stressful on your throat and your vocal cords. There's no way to adjust to it that easily. And I don't know what happens, but you do just kind of adjust to it. If I take like some time off streaming too, it goes away. The I don't know what to call it. The being used to it. When I went to Maui last year, I was gone for 3 weeks because I had to take a week off to do convention with Ella, and then immediately after we went to Maui for a week and a half. So I was basically gone for 3 weeks, right? I wasn't talking a lot. Like even though we were visiting Ella's family, I wasn't like speaking a lot, right? More than you normally would. And so I came back, and the first day I back on stream, and I was like, oh god, how do I, oh no, what do I do? We're doing August voice for 15-16 hours straight. Lemon tea with honey's lifesaver.
Evan,
yeah, right?
I have a serious and important question for you.
Yes, of course.
Would you like to be a random NPC they meet?
A random NPC
who appears at some point and helps the party with something.
Oh shit. In the game? Like inspired by or fucking a quest giver for them? That'd be fun. That'd be fucking cool. I like doing little like cameo shit like that. If the timing works out, fuck yeah. If you're just doing it by inspiration, then fuck yeah. Let's go, dude. I love being a random knight. That's my entire character in Ashy's game. Something called Throat Coat was recommended to me to be by voice actors. Oh, isn't that like yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that too. I don't know what the fuck it is. Is it a recipe for something, or is it like an actual product, I guess? I'm curious. Oh, it's like like a product. It's a tea. Lemon echinacea. Or original with slippery elm. Ooh. Okay, so I guess it's a tea of some variety that you make. Herbal supplement. I still think the honey is the MVP though. You can do whatever you want. You can have like honey lemon water, you can have honey tea, honey anything. I think honey is way the main ingredient. So there's also, so this is what I was thinking of. I wasn't thinking of a spray or of a tea. I was thinking of a spray. When I remember on I think on Critical Role they brought it up or whatever, and we're talking about like getting some throat coat or whatever. And that's what I was thinking of, was a spray that they had available that wasn't like a tea that they drank or whatever. So I guess there's both. Maybe a quest giver could be thing. At least inspiration for NPC will help them. Fuck yeah, let's go, dude. Hell yeah. I keep forgetting to get it because my IRL brain has low RAM and a memory leak. But you know, it's in there rattling around somewhere. But yeah, honey's the main thing. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know about the echinacea or whatever, if that's gonna do much for it. I think that I could be wrong. I don't know. Slippery elm sounds pretty fucking like some shit you find in a D&D apothecary. So why not? Why not, man? Why the fuck not? Unless it's all just marketing. But like voice actors swear by it, so surely there has to be something in there to it, you know? Surely. That or it is just all marketing. It's all nonsense, man. Do little rocks and stuff. I think that'll help separate the grass and the overgrowth from the actual, you know, ruined stone or whatever. It's like one part monolith, one part actual ruins, and I still don't know what to do about these two like faces. Because I have a description of what you can see on the walls. I could have them like overgrown right now and like covered with vines, and then have an like a zoomed in version of it for the art for the adventure, you know?
Dope, send me details.
Sure.
Like race, class, name and personality. If you have a picture that, you will be a venerable traveling knight.
Venerable traveling knight. I like that, man. I like traveling knights off to do whatever they're gonna do. Someone with a mission, you know? I like that archetype. I'm gonna go fence windmills or something. Wait, no, shit, damn it. 600 bits, Azalea. I'm still sitting here trying to figure out if I need to paint this or not. Still trying to reason that through. I think with the background or the rune, the ring rune. Geez, man, I'm having a hard time here. I think with the ring rune, like outlined, I think that helps. Sort of like pop it forward a little bit, but God, I just keep going back to thinking that I need to paint this instead of making it like a super detailed sketch. This would be, though, if I did sketch this out like on its own, this would be the most detailed sketch landscape piece that I've ever done as a sketch only. So there is that. I'm kind of in new undiscovered territory right now as far as like what can be expected. Oh wait, shit. Why am I still recording this? Fuck. I only wanted to record the centerpiece. Shit, dude.
Who knows, if this kicks off and lasts a while, I might reach out and get party portraits done by you, Azalea loves.
Fuck yeah, let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. 600 bits, Azalea. You could swish that paintbrush instead. I could, right? I kind of wanted most of the art in this adventure to be like sketch style, right? I really didn't want to go and do too many painting pieces for it. I kind of wanted to emphasize that like that in-world immersive style. Even though I'm realizing that there is a limitation to it now that I think I've run up against, and like it's fine, it's a learning experience. Like I'll know better, so going forward, maybe I'll know not to take such an ambitious like landscape piece, and just do like a image of the ring at the center of it, or you know, the stone or what have you, without actually going into this like full-fledged kind of like sketch illustration. I'm hoping that I figure out a solution that's kind of like a new way of handling it so that I can kind of like go forward. But there's always like a little bit of just like uncertainty that's a little stressful when you don't know what you're doing. You're sort of working forward knowing that it could be kind of for nothing. You know, like deciding I need to zoom in, I've lost this work right here over the side here. And that's fine, it's not that big of a deal, but still, sometimes when you do a piece like this, like I did a piece on stream a little while ago that I just didn't use whatsoever. I was like, oh, this doesn't work, it's not good enough, fuck. Got it wrong. Whoops. Learn my lesson. You know? And that was that. I don't have the time right now kind of thing to really be messing around with like new stuff, so I really should have done this a while ago. Just hope for the best. Trust that I know what I'm doing. In a way. I don't know if I've earned that trust myself, but I need to at least fake it. I'll need some more water now. Fuck. Fuck, man. I'm drinking water to keep your voice good. Give me a sec. Well, shit, I didn't realize this too. Yo, I gotta piece, I gotta bounce, I gotta scram, man. I gotta fucking disappear, I gotta vanish. Is after 2. I got somewhere to be today. I said yesterday and today were gonna be shorter streams, so I apologize for that. We'll do a nice long chunky stream for Friday. But I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. We got a lot of done today on this though. I think it's also probably good that I don't know where I'm going right now with this piece as far as like how to finish it. Maybe if I walk away from it, come back, it'll reveal itself for tomorrow. So I'll let you guys know tomorrow. Either we're working on this or something else, and we'll know if that revelation came or not. So yeah. Friday is going to be the 5-year anniversary stream for Twitch. So 5 years on Twitch for my little self. So I'm very excited about that. It's going to be good. Hopefully the Horizon Adventure will be well received. It's all done. It's good to go for the beta. I'm going to keep adding to it and stuff as we go. But for now, the Horizon Adventure is going to be dropped, and then I'm going to do some pretty heavy iterations on it, add some art, things like that over the next month to have it ready for full release in July or June. But for now, I gotta go. I'm actually late, so I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll talk about it. It'll be awesome. We got 2 more days until Friday, so wish me luck, man. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks for chilling with me. I appreciate it. The social links are right there if you want to see the video processes. I'm going to put the paladin we finished yesterday. By the way, the client loved her, so that's awesome. So I'll put the process video up on everywhere. And I hit 10K on Instagram this morning. So thanks for all the support over there, guys. I appreciate it. I will see you all later. Have a wonderful rest of your day. But until next time, my friends. Until next time, farewell.